Chapter 1078. All the mighty ones from the 9 states escaped by air. All the mighty ones from the 9 states escaped by air. There were countless cultivators from Emperor Xia's realm, so much so that they numbered at billions. However, few managed to make it into the pinnacle of Saint Plain. Fewer was capable of even making it to holiness of nirvana. The Sword Saint of the Void had been one such figure before he perished, yet at the moment, only the demon of a person was the true holiness of nirvana at the place. There was simply no one other than Yaya, who had once been holiness of nirvana, capable of stopping him. However, even Yaya claimed that she would not have been able to hold him back for long. The vast Xuanji mountain seemed to have turned into a mountain swords at that moment, shrouded in sword will. Boundless swords turned into a sword diagram of the void, pulsing with towering light. Sword aura covered hundreds of miles. Light of the sword out to tear the heavens shot up, at what looked like an overbearing devil above. The extremely imposing and menacing looks was where Chao Kong, the renowned practitioner of the demonic arts of Dali, was. The swords coalesced into a river of stars and shot to the heavens. At that moment, Yaya seemed to have returned to her peak state. It was such that it seemed as if she had disappeared altogether and had turned into a sword. There seemed to only be the massive sword matrix all over the skies at the moment. The village chief shuddered when he looked back, feeling extremely restless. He had little idea what would have happened to his mistress in that fight. That was invoking the sword matrix of the void at its pinnacle by force. There was no way even the Sword Saint of the Void would have been able to win against the holiness of nirvana, without being at the top of her game. The entire Xuanji mountain slowly crumbled and it seemed that it was only a matter of time before the place was reduced to rubbles. That scene was simply harrowing. Yi Futian and the others continued to run for their lives amidst the dust and chaos. Many saints headed for them at speeds of lightning bolts, quickly circling to their flanks and getting ready to cordon them off altogether. "Let's go," Saint Xia made the decision right there and then, heading for the left flank while Saint Li headed right. Both of them were at the second level of Saint Plain and they were capable of fighting the intruders off somewhat. The mighty ones at their flanks clashed with both of them right there and then. As for the ones right at the rear of the escapees, they continued to pursue Yi Futian as there was little need for them to stay behind. There were 3 of them emanating tremendously powerful aura, and they were at mighty ones at the 3rd level of Saint Plain. Both Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm dispatched many mighty ones to the Empty Realm for fighting in the Battle of Empty Realm. Due to having won in said battle, Emperor Xia's realm continued to send forces to control the Empty Realm. As the loser of the battle, many mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm left. In actuality, the forces of Emperor Li's realm in the Empty Realm at the moment were inferior to that of Emperor Xia's realm. The number of people that Li Yao was able to dispatch was limited as well. He would not have needed to resort to tricks to pull away the guards that Xia Qingyuan put at Yi Futian's side otherwise. He had even spent quite a fortune to have many saints from Empty Realm to bluff Xia Qingyuan, shocking her and buying them time. It was worth noting that in order to shock the sacred general of Tian, he had even invited someone very, very powerful to help with the act. Despite said figure was to do nothing but loiter around, the price was steep nonetheless. As such, he could not have afforded to simply return empty-handed, which was why he focused all of his forces to get Yi Futian killed. "Where do you think you're going?" A cold voice was heard saying. A devilish figure of extreme might was seen extending his hands, bringing towering demonic might to bear. If even the leader of the demonic clan, Chao Kong, was around personally, then it would have only stood to reason that there were other top-notch figures showing up as well. The figure that just lashed out with an attack against them was none other than the demon saint, who was at the 3rd level of Saint Plain. As he lashed out with his hand, the aura of the surroundings that flowed and reserved all went into his palm. Yi Futian and the others felt as if their bodies were going in reverse, making it impossible for them to move forward. The village chief's body intended to keep moving forward through the air, yet that frightening devouring power seemed to be imbued with powers to devour even that of the Great Path. The currents around seemed to have been flowing in reserve. The level difference was not one that could have been compensated in any way. They had no time for games with Yi Futian and his people. Li Yao's plans gave them limited time to kill Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. If Xia Qingyuan were to realize something was off, her people would have been able to get to where they were at blitzing speeds. In short, both sides were racing against time. It was worth noting that the people of Shao clan was only able to inform Yi Futian and the others after Li Yao appeared. With the time the mighty ones of Shao clan were on their way taken into consideration, Xia Qingyuan might have sensed something was off, and she would have get to Yi Futian as soon as possible. As such, the enemy struck as soon as the people who were sent to protect Yi Futian by Xia Qingyuan left, giving Yi Futian and his people no chance to recover. Terrifying sealing arts rained down on them, blocking off the force of the devouring great path at the rear of the escapees. But then again, the Moon Saint's power paled in comparison to that of the enemy. A beam of light of the sword shot through the air. The seals that the Moon Saint laid out crumbled with a boom. Saints went after the Moon Saint. Saints at third steps of sainthood did not even bother with him. From their perspective, that saint at second level of Saint Plane was far less important than Yi Futian. Their targets were mainly Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It did not matter if they were to kill the others around those two. Despite having been thrown off, but he nonetheless continued to buy whatever time he was able to, just to enable Yi Futian and the others continue to run. However, that bit of time seemed to have been of little meaning in the pursuit with life and death hanging by a thread, so much so that it could have even been said that the bit of time was not even worth mentioning. There was no way the escapees would have been able to escape. Please help me to intercept the saints at the flanks. A voice was heard by the saints from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Their pupils contracted a bit as they heard that, yet they did as asked all the same. Among the mighty ones that were going after them, the three at the very front were all of third steps of sainthood powers, which they had no way of fighting against. The ones at the flanks, on the other hand, consisted of saints of the first level and second level. Saint Xia, Saint Li, and the Moon Saint did quite a lot to hold the enemy mighty ones off. Boom! Dozhan took the lead. Despite being asked to do what he was about to do, he remained pessimistic about his chances. Saints at the third level was simply powerful enough to cause them despair. There was no way they could have fought such enemies off. The few top-notch figures that Xia Qingyuan had assigned to Yi Futian's side might have been able to fight such enemies and hold them off, but all of said figures had already been called back to back Xia Qingyuan up, making their situation a despairing one. Battle between saints exploded at the flanks. Dozhan, Zhuge Qingfeng and others had not been saints for long, and they were from the lower worlds, making it impossible to truly fight the enemies toe-to-toe. However, at such a time, they had no choice but to fight to the death. But the most brutal thing about the fights there was that even if they were to fight to the death, they were still unable to see hope of coming out on top. Only the Glass Saint and the village chief were left before Yi Futian, making it impossible for them to fend off their assailants. Dazzling light burst from the Glass Saint as she lashed out with the sword in her hand, cutting down all bondage of the great path in an unfazed manner. The devouring powers that shrouded Yi Futian and the others were cut down as well. However, it hardly made any difference to the enemy, and it seemed that said enemy was about to take them soon enough. You all go on ahead. At that moment, a figure was seen turning around, standing before the three top-notch saints at their tail. Yi Futian and the others were shocked looking at who was the one turning around. What are you doing, Wuchen? Yi Futian shouted. Yi Wuchen was but a sage at the pinnacle of his plane. There was no way he would have been able to stand against third level of Saint Plane saints. He was practically walking to his grave by doing so. Even those three extremely powerful saints were dumbfounded. That man from the demonic clan who was at the third level of Saint Plane, lashed out with his palm, which was circled with demonic might, sucking Yi Wuchen into his hand. There was no way Yi Wuchen could have resisted such an attack. He was sucked inside like a beam of light, as if it would have only taken the enemy a single thought to thrust him into a bottomless abyss. Wuchen. Yi Futian felt difficult to move ahead. He turned around to look at the man who stood out for him and felt somewhat despaired. They could have tried to fight the opponent if they were to be of the first level of Saint Plane, but the current level difference was just too great. They were of several orders of magnitude lower than the enemy. They were like ants in front of him, being so pathetic that he could have simply squished them. However, Yi Wuchen simply turned around and stood before them. Yi Wuchen looked utterly insignificant before someone at the pinnacle of the third level of Saint Plane, as he continued to sucked into the maelstrom of the enemy's hand. The enemy did not even stop moving forward while doing so. A sage was like ants before them, and as such, there was no way they would have been affected. Yi Wuchen was about to be sucked into the maelstrom, when towering sword wills burst from his body, which did not seem to be his sword wills to begin with. Boundless sword wills burst from within his body and headed straight for that maelstrom. Yi Wuchen's eyes looked extremely point at that instant, as he uttered a line, "I request your aid of the sword." A sword shot out from within him as he spoke. The flash of the sword shone brilliantly. Everything in their surroundings seemed to have been severed when that sword came forth, severing the heavens and the earth, as well as the soul. That sword seemed to be out to sever the 3,000 paths. Towering wills burst from within that sword. That powerful demonic arts practitioner that was trying to devour Yi Wuchen looked on with a shocked, grim expression. "Look out!" The top-notch mighty one from the Sword Mountain was just as shocked to see the sword of Lihan. It was not the sword of Yi Wuchen, but of the Lord of the No. 1 Holy Land of Swordsmanship of Emperor Xia's realm, the sword of the Swordmaster of Lihan, the No. 1 swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Wuchen was borrowing his sword. Yi Futian looked ahead, finding that extremely brilliant sword to have shrouded the heavens and earth with its blinding brilliance. He recalled the fight with Wang Chuan at that moment. The Swordmaster of Lihan bestowing Yi Wuchen with a sword, and Yi Futian also recalled what the Swordmaster said to Yi Wuchen. The Swordmaster of Lihan lent Yi Wuchen a sword. And furthermore, it was not just any other sword. "It shall be done." A trembling voice was heard, and that was not Yi Wuchen's voice. It seemed to have came from somewhere else, replying to Yi Wuchen's request. That sword penetrated the maelstrom of that demonic arts practitioner, tearing it to bits. That sword plunged into the palm of the enemy, and despite the towering demonic might imbued within, his hand was penetrated right away by the blade. At the very next moment, that overbearing demonic being was covered in boundless sword will. The aura of the sword shrouded his entire being next. At that moment, far away at a palace at the 33rd layer of heaven at Lihan Heaven, Emperor Xia's realm, someone was seen sitting cross-legged while having towering sword will coursing about him, as if he was fighting a battle far, far away. "Cut!" His voice seemed to have traversed through space and resounded at the 33rd layer of heaven at Lihan Heaven, as well as beneath Xuanji Mountain at Empty Realm. That demonic being was crushed bit by the sword aura as the voice was heard. A harrowing howl was heard, and the man was no more. Chapter 1079, A third level of Saint Plane from Dali Dynasty perished. A demonic figure at flawless state of Saint Plane was killed with a single sword attack. All the other pursuing saints halted their steps right there and then, locking their gaze forward. A third level of Saint Plane from Dali Dynasty perished. A demonic figure at flawless state of Saint Plane was killed with a single sword attack. All the other pursuing saints halted their steps right there and then, locking their gaze forward. A dazzling streak of sword will returned before Yi Wuchen. Sword will of the great path around him coursed about, cutting down all saintly might. That sword was not of Yi Wuchen, but of the No. 1 swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm, the Swordmaster of Lihan. That third level of Saint Plane figure did not bother with Yi Wuchen before, intending to just devour him right on the spot. It ended up with him devouring the sword, which in turn caused his demise. Even so, it was nonetheless a testament of the unimaginably frightening powers of the Swordmaster of Lihan. The man was not there, and yet he was able to cut down a saint of the third level of Saint Plane nonetheless. Rumor had it that the Swordmaster of Lihan had trained in the 33 strokes of Lihan's sword will. That was probably one of those strokes. However, no one fathomed why such a sword will would have been found on Yi Wuchen. Lihan Heaven had not participated in that year's Battle of Empty Realm. There were even rumors saying that Yi Futian had a grudge against Lihan Heaven. Despite so, The sword master of Lihan had nonetheless lent Yi Wuchen his sword, invoking sword will across the vast space and cut down the devil before them. Go! Yi Wuchen did not turn around, saying that with his back facing Yi Futian and the others. That one stroke of sword will had killed a devil at 3rd level of Sant Plane. There were 2 reasons why it happened, the first undoubtedly being the swordmaster's frightening level of powers, and second, the carelessness of the enemy. No one would have expected a sage to have harbored a sword from the swordmaster of Lihan. However, there were still 2 other saints of the 3rd level of Saint Plane, the flawless state of Saint Plane. One of them was even a sword saint level person from Dali Sword Mountain with extraordinary powers. Yi Futian and the others were only still sages. It was simply too dangerous for them to continue staying behind. Yi Futian fixed his gaze at the one-armed figure in front of him. He saw Yi Wuchen's body being shrouded by sword wills, and it seemed that there were 33 layers of them. The sword wills were interconnected with each other as their towering might blocked the skies. Yi Futian was somewhat relieved. If the sword master of Lihan was willing to lend his sword, then Wuchen would have definitely been able to fight, armed with said sword. Staying behind there would have resulted in him getting in Yi Wuchen's way instead. Let's go. Yi Futian made his decision right there and then. The party continued heading outside Kongxian City, getting ready to return to Emperor Xia's city. There were some other mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm stationed at the city. Furthermore, they could have left empty realm territory right there and then by using Grand Matrix of Space. Go after them, that sword saint said to the other saints around him. His body burst with towering might of the sword as well, which he sent in Yi Wuchen's direction. Sword wills of both sides clashed. While his plane was lower when compared to the sword master of Lihan, but his opponent only had one of the 33 layers of sword will of Lihan. He was confident that he still stood a chance. Feel this. A voice was heard in Yi Wuchen's mind. The way of the sword descended from above, transformed into 33 layers and shot forward at the saints from Dali dynasty. The 2 most powerful cultivators among them stepped forward, invoking towering powers to resist Yi Wuchen's sword. Boom! Shadows of the sword shot forth in an instant. They rang as their surroundings howled. One sword seemed to have followed another in their path forward, chaining into faster, stronger streams of swords. One sword was all it took to make the saints halt their steps. But then again, Yi Wuchen was able to do so because Yaya had already held back the only holiness of Nirvana-level saint among the enemy, Chao Kong, the monster from the demonic clan, as well as Saint Xia and many saints from the barren state stopping many others. All the other pursuers thought they would have been able to easily kill Yi Futian like a pathetic ant, but they never expected the sword master of Lihan was able to stop them, while he being thousands of miles away. Despite the saints giving their all in resisting that sword attack, the 33 layers of the sword of Lihan lived up to the name of Lihan Heaven. The layers stacked on top on each other, reaching the pinnacle of the way of the sword. In that instant, one saint after another was pierced through by the sword. Devastating sword wills coursed about in their saintly bodies. Their expression went pale and despair was seen in their eyes. That fight marked the end of their training. There was entirely fine from the sword master of Lihan to go all out massacring the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm going after Yi Futian. Even if that resulted in the 2 realms going to war, Emperor Li's realm was the one that provoked it first after all. Swooshing noises were heard continuously. One powerful saint after another was killed, but those 2 of flawless state of Saint Plane were still able to resist the sword attack, while protecting several other saints right behind them. They were the only survivors in that attack, other than the 2. Go! That flawless sword saint pointed his finger forward at that moment. One huge sword after another appeared, enabling several cultivators of the sword mountain behind him to break through their opponent's sword will, armed with towering might of the sword, and arrived far away. They zipped past Yi Wuchen, while those 2 top-notch figures continued to resist that sword attack. 4 saints rode on the huge swords and zipped past Yi Wuchen, continuing on their path to hunt down Yi Futian. The battle had gone south. One saint of flawless state of Saint Plane ended up killed and there were quite a number of saints dying by the hands of the sword master of Lihan. If they were to fail to kill Yi Futian, they would not have dared to return to Emperor Li's realm. They had been the ones who provoked the conflict, and yet, they suffered considerable casualties. If they were to fail in their ultimate objective, they would have ended up being made a laughing stock by the cultivators of Dali dynasty. It would have made it very difficult to report to their emperor, and that would have been an insult like no other. Yi Futian and the others moved at blitzing speeds, but the enemy's saints were swordsmen and were able to move just as fast, being right behind them. Kangxian city was already within sight by then. The village chief took the holy sword right up to the city, with blazing sword aura marking their trail. He turned around and saw the glass saint by his side, saying, "Go on without me." She then turned around. The love destroyer was brandished as she went up against several incoming enemy swordsmen. The enemy split up and there were two holding the glass saint back. The remaining two continued on their paths at pursuit, zipping past the glass saint without any intention to stop. Forward. The village uttered a single word, before turning around with the holy sword. Yi Futian and the others continued moving forward. The village streaked through the air and headed straight for the two saints who continued to move in. A great battle took place right there and then. The two swordsmen who fought the glass saint were of the second level of Saint Plane. They only held the glass saint back momentarily before one of them broke off from the battlefield, heading straight for the village chief. A sword streaked past, the village chief burst with towering might of the sword, intending to meld with the holy sword. While he was versed in dodging attacks, he stood firm against the incoming attacks, clashing head-on with the swords of the enemy. He grunted within an instant and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. However, sword will of space continued to emanate from his body, blocking the sky as he continued forward, preventing the enemy from going further. "Keep chasing after them," that second level of Saint Plane saint said. Two other saints zipped past from the flanks and continued forward. However, despite all the blockades encountered, those from Emperor Li's realm finally caught up to Yi Futian's party. There were only two saints to be in said party. At the same time, the sacred general of Tian and the others took Xia Qingyuan, speeding for Kangxian city. Her expression at the moment was cold. Li Yao had been defeated in the Battle of Empty Realm and turned to move against Yi Futian. But then again, she had placed a Holiness of Nirvana saint at Yi Futian's side, protecting him. It would not have been all that simple for them to take him down. The sacred general of Tian was the head of the 8 sacred generals serving Emperor Xia, and was a Holiness of Nirvana saint as well. His speed was frighteningly fast and took Xia Qingyuan blitzing at the very front. Yet at that moment, he focused and gazed forward. He then saw a group of people blitzing by in an instant. Xia Qingyuan's expression looked rather grim after seeing them appear and said, "Where is Yi Futian?" All of them were people that she placed by his side. Those mighty ones knew they had been set up after seeing Xia Qingyuan unharmed. In actuality, a mighty one had thought about the possibility of Yi Futian being the real target back at Xuanji Mountain. A top-notch figure from the demonic clan was there after all. Furthermore, it was a nephew of the queen who sent word saying that the princess was under attack. He dared not risk it. He was someone that Emperor Xia had placed at Xia Qingyuan's side. There was only one objective to everything that he was doing, and that was to protect the princess from harm. Nothing else mattered more than Xia Qingyuan's safety to him. As such, despite his doubts, he had to leave. "We'll talk along the way. Be quick." That mighty one turned around and Xia Qingyuan knew something was wrong. The sacred general of Tian took her along and blitzed forward. Xia Qingyuan then asked, "What happened?" Chao Kong of Dali dynasty led a group of mighty ones and surrounded Xuanji Mountain, demanding Yi Futian and Yuxing be left behind. "Shaoxing came to us telling us that you were attacked, so I had to come." Shaoxing. Xia Qingyuan's eyes turned cold after hearing his words. She had never given any orders to Shaoxing to deliver any word. While it took her quite a while to realize that she was being duped by Li Yao back then, given the circumstances, but she had never even thought about recalling those people at Yi Futian's side. Who the hell let Shaoxing make such decisions on his own? Worse still, said decision was made when Yi Futian was being surrounded. Princess. A voice was heard at that moment. It was none other than Xiao Sheng, who was returning. Are you alright, princess? Xiao Sheng asked, but Xia Qingyuan and the others simply zipped past him like mirages. Even so, Xiao Sheng was still able to feel that Xia Qingyuan cast a cold look at him. That one look seemed to have thrust him into an ice cellar, making him shiver all over. Forward, Xiao Sheng ordered. The party then moved forward. Gong Sun and I, who was by his side, asked, Xiao Sheng, what is happening? Wasn't the princess under attack? I don't know. Xiao Sheng then added, Li Yao brought many saints to the sacred mountain back then and looked like he was about to make a move against the princess. So I summoned the mighty ones back immediately. From the looks of things, it seemed to be a trick by Li Yao. Gong Sun Ni's expression turned and seemed to realize something. She then asked, that meant that the princess never gave the order and you acted on your own? Things looked dire back then and I couldn't have waited for her orders. If there were to be anything happening to the princess, who would be the one to take the blame then? So I went to summon our people to back the princess up. Xiao Sheng said, if the princess were to blame me for what I did, then I would just own up to it. Gong Sun Xian's expression looked very displeased and said, if things are fine with the princess, then it's obvious that they're going after Yi Futian. With the people that she placed at Yi Futian's side being called back by you, Yi Futian and the others, man, if anything were to happen to him, the princess would be very, very angry. She dared not imagine the scenarios any further. With the likes of Chao Kong showing up, it was not all that difficult to imagine what would have happened to Yi Futian's party. Chapter 1080. Outside of Kongxian City, Yi Futian and his party continued to blitz without stopping. Outside of Kongxian City, Yi Futian and his party continued to blitz without stopping. It was obvious that the power of Emperor Xia's realm was above that of Emperor Li's realm at present. Unless Emperor Li of Dali dynasty himself were to give orders to wage war between the imperial realms and sent mighty ones to see to it, it would have been Li Yao's personal agenda otherwise. Li Yao wanted him dead. As such, it would have sufficed to keep buying time, as that would have prevented Li Yao from accomplishing his objective. The saints by his side continued to stand their pursuers' way. Yaya returned to the pinnacle of her training. The sword matrix of the void burst forth, the sword master of Lihan lent his sword to Wuchen, the likes of Saint Xia and Saint Li took on the enemy without regard of dangers. There were also the village chief, his teacher and other saints from the Holy Ji Palace. Even Saint Glass turned around to fight. All those saints did what they did, just so that he was able to leave. The weather in the sky changed and violent currents swept about. That was an area of barren land and there were even sandstorms whipping up below, which seemed to have been affected by the strong air currents. Two saint swordsmen kept flying at great speeds, chasing after Yi Futian's party, catching up to them soon enough. They were saints after all and besides, swordsmen had always been versed in speed. When they traveled with their swords, the distance of 100 miles could have been covered within a heartbeat. They closed in behind Yi Futian soon enough. Both of them pointed their fingers forward. Swords whooshed about in the air at greater speeds than the humans traveling, coming before Yi Futian's party within an instant. Boom! Yi Futian's party split up within that split second, drawing arcs in the air. Furthermore, they drew their arcs behind instead of forward. As the two swordsmen continued to move forward, the arcs seemed to have drawn around them, surrounding the two saints. The sages were actually surrounding the saints. The two swordsmen halted their steps in an instant, feeling something was off when they saw what Yi Futian and the others were doing. Despite their enemies being of superior numbers, they were nonetheless sages. Sages and saints seemed to have been only a thin line apart, yet there were considerable differences in the nature of their powers, and such differences were not something that could have been compensated through talents in combat alone. Sages were sages and saints were saints. While Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan had indeed worked together and killed Yuan Jin, who had borrowed the divine path and attempting to become saint, but Yuan Jin was still not a true saint. Those two that appeared right there and then, they were true saints, people who had truly developed powers of the Great Path and could have transformed as entities of the Great Path. At that moment, Yi Futian and the others burst with formidable power, with some among them more powerful than the others. They were Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, the Sword Saint and Huang Jiuge. Towering demonic might burst from Yu Sheng and the Sword Saint, especially Yu Sheng, who had a terrifying devil appearing behind him, looking imposing and regal, as if the devil had truly advent. Silhouettes of devils appeared around him, cordoning the space off. The Sword Saint relied on the blade he held onto. The power emanating from his entire being was being devoured by the blade. The will of his blade swept about in his surroundings and dark, demonic might coursed about him, making him look extremely terrifying. The might of Renhuang coursed about on Huang Jiuge, looking extremely regal. He held on to the Renhuang bow and fed all of his powers within. Might that far surpassed his current level burst from the bow at that moment. Dazzling imperial light shot up from Yi Futian and his bearing transformed, as if he was born to become emperor. In that very instant, the bearing emanating from his being made even those two saints shudder. While the aura was not very powerful, but they were nonetheless able to feel faint pressure from it. That was not some power that belonged to sages, unless he was of extraordinary birth and had regal blood flowing in his veins. Kill them. The two saint swordsmen lashed out in an instant, heading straight for Yi Futian like they were swords themselves. They were extremely fast at doing so, yet towering demonic aura blocked their way of. The Sword Saint looked emaciated throughout, his face devoid of colors, and it seemed as if he had been using the powers in his body as sacrifice, letting the blade feast on them with impunity. He closed his eyes to feel the will of the blade. While he had yet to be able to touch the Great Path, his blade was equipped with powers of the Great Path nonetheless. Doom. The Sword Saint took one step out and swung his blade. Terrifying shadow of a devil appeared on the demonic blade. The will of the blade was filled with aura of destruction and death. Dark demonic aura swept about and coalesced into a blade, cutting up dark gashes in the air as he attacked those two saints. Gu Donglu stepped out as well, and it seemed as if celestial shadows fell from above. His entire being was coursing with celestial light, and he looked imposing with the 9 words circling about him. Countless seals of the 9 words burst forth and headed straight for the enemy. They attacked in pairs at each of the saints. Despite being only sages, they did not show any fear at all. However, those two saint swordsmen were hardly intimidated. They held a sword in their hands respectively, extending the hand forward and focused the divine path on their fingers, turning into frightening maelstrom of the sword, which spun maniacally like blooming lotuses, tearing everything before them apart. Both of them moved at frightening speed. Towering light of the blade clashed with the swords. The harrowing, destructive will of the blade was torn to shreds. The maelstrom of the sword continued to move forward as they devoured, intending to gobble up the Sword Saint and tear him to shreds. However, the Sword Saint brought his blade down at the center of the maelstrom. That frightening devilish shadow stood tall before him, but was devoured and torn to pieces by the terrifying sword will. Gu Donglu was in a ditch himself as well. Countless seals were being torn apart by the enemy's sword. The enemy only needed one stroke of the sword to tear through the thousands of seals, breaking up the boundless ancient symbols with unstoppable force. But then again, the enemy's swords were indeed held back somewhat. At the same time, the arrows fired from Huang Jiuge's bow tore through space and burst with the might of Renhuang. The Renhuang will might have been inadequate to kill the saints, but they were nonetheless threatening forces anyway, so threatening that the two saints could not have afforded to simply ignore it. However, they only needed to swing their swords about to summon torrents of the sword, lashing out at the air. Boom! Devastating demonic might swept about in the air. Yusheng stepped forward and walked towards Gu Donglio's direction, bringing down the axe from above. The devil seemed to have advent with that one swing, and their surroundings seemed to be on the verge on crumbling. That swordsman actually shuddered somewhat. Such powers were of such a magnitude that it was near that of a saint, so much so that it was hardly any weaker than the power of a saint. If he were to be hit by the attack, he would have been destroyed even though he had a body of saint. He continued to swing his hand about in the air. A huge sword appeared and he flicked his wrist. That huge sword zipped in the air, heading straight for Yu Sheng. The sword and the axe clashed and a high-pitched, loud bang was heard. Other than that, the other mighty ones from Baron's state, Zhuge Mingyue, Yuan Zhan, Luo Fan, Yi Shaoshi, and the others, all attacked the saint that the sword saint was attacking. Even though they might not have been able to kill the enemy, they nonetheless saw the need to create trouble for him, affecting how he fought. The sword of that saint swordsman and the blade of the sword saint clashed. Extremely violent power of the sword tore through the will of the demonic blade. However, the blade remained where it was without flinching. Thousands of devilish shadows appeared at the same time. The sword cut them down one after another, but there did not seem to be an end to it. The sword saint was trembling all over. Blood was seen oozing from all of his orifices and the sight looked harrowing. However, he continued to channel power into the blade, as if he was borrowing demonic might from the blade to resist the swordsman. A silhouette zipped past and danced in the air. Terrifying might of space emanated, shrouding their surroundings. Space-time seemed to have stopped and that storm seemed to get increasingly powerful. The power of the heaven and earth seemed to be rushing into his body. That silhouette was none other than Yi Futian, who was gathering strength. Said force grew increasingly strong. The space felt stifling. Everything in their surroundings turned silent eventually, as if they have stopped altogether. Even that powerful aura of the sword seemed to have stopped moving altogether. That holy aura took control of the great path in that vicinity. A figure transformed into golden lightning and streaked through the sky, heading straight for the saint that the sword saint was fighting against. That swordsman burst with even greater might of the sword from within. The bondage of the great path of space broke with a howl. The swordsman intended to leave the battlefield and head straight for Yi Futian, but quickly saw the sword saint howling and blood kept pouring out from his body. Multiple devilish shadows appeared, bringing down the sky as the will of the blade grew boundless. The attack continued to come at the saint swordsman, who was held back through sheer brute force. He was only able to use his left hand as a sword, pointing in the air and making the terrifying maelstrom of the sword appear yet again, tearing the space apart and went on to devour Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not bother to dodge that time and simply streaked through the space, charging into the maelstrom. The halberd of time and space lashed out and the sword wills within the maelstrom crumbled in a frenzy. The weapon continued to travel straight downward. That swordsman seemed to have noticed the intense threat and with a roar, turned his finger into a sword and pointed at the air, sending sword will of great path tearing through everything in its way. Yi Futian seemed to have felt nothing. The halberd continued to destroy the aura of the sword, letting all residual power struck his body. He kept his eyes focused on the enemy. The halberd clashed with the finger of the enemy, which was an embodiment of the great path in itself. The aura of the sword tore through space and ripped into Yi Futian's body, but he seemed to have felt nothing. The light he emanated looked extremely regal. The weapon continued its way downward. Blood was seen as the enemy's finger continued to crumble bit by bit. That swordsman's face went pale in an instant. He roared and even with his finger broken, his arm nonetheless coursed with towering might of the sword. A blood sword was coalesced and shot into Yi Futian's body along the halberd, breaking through his defense. The aura of the sword seeped into Yi Futian's body. Yet, Yi Futian's body seemed to be burning with holy energy, preventing him from feeling anything while the weapon continued to strike its target. The swordsman's arm crumbled inch by inch and blood splashed about. He wailed in terrifying pain and finally, his arm was punched through and the halberd landed into his brain, punching through on the other side. That swordsman watched Yi Futian coming down from above with harrowing eyes at that moment. The aura of the sword about him continued to dwindle. Despite his might continued to attack Yi Futian, but its power was no longer what it used to be. At the same, the sword saint brought the demonic blade down onto him, cleaving his body apart. That powerful sword saint-level figure, and furthermore, not one who had been saint not long ago, who had actually been a saint for many years, was wiped out within that instant. He was broken up by the sword saint, Yi Futian, and the others through sheer brute force delivered at the greatest speed possible, with the strongest power that could have been mustered. That scene seemed to have been sensed by the other saint swordsman. His face turned pale. Two saints fighting a group of sages should have been like tigers charging into a herd of sheep, slaughtering with impunity. Yet for some reasons, within just a single moment, he was held back by powerful resistance and his cohort was actually killed right there and then. Chapter 1081, The Leftover Saint-Level Cultivator cried out in rage. His hands turned into swords, and he pointed one of them towards Gu Donglu, and the other at Yu Sheng. The leftover Saint-Level Cultivator cried out in rage. His hands turned into swords, and he pointed one of them towards Gu Donglu, and the other at Yu Sheng. His sword will billowed and wrapped around his body. He took a step forward, and the celestial shadows around Gu Donglu were pierced by his sword will. He spat up blood as his 9-word seal collapsed wildly. Yu Sheng gave a great cry, and dark golden light flowed out from him. A terrible demonic vortex appeared and sucked up the sword will. He was using this devouring magic to demonize the power of the Great Path. The Saint-Level Cultivator retreated from Gu Donglu and raised his right hand. He pointed up into the sky and suddenly 9 overlapping swords burst out from his fingertip. They shot forward as one, shooting directly towards Yu Sheng. Boom! Yu Sheng's was violently sent shaking backwards. Boom! 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 The power of the swords was unmatched. They went forward together, cracking open Yu Sheng's body. His extremely violent demonic body seemed about to collapse, and his garments flapped wildly in the wind, exposing his deep bronze skin and powerful muscles. There was blood all over him as the sword will pierced through his body. However, even though this was happening, Yu Sheng still stuck to his opponent. He did not retreat, and his battle-axe of judgment cut through the billowing power that was coming towards him. It gave off pressure that pressed down on everything as it continued to cut forward, not giving his opponent a chance to rest and catch his breath for even a moment. The sword saint cried out in anger, and bright and dazzling swords shot out of his eyes. They pierced into Yu Sheng's eyes, and they became filled with blood. He closed his eyes, but the sword will still plunged wildly into him, cracking his body open from the inside. It was at that moment that Yi Futian, who had just slain another saint-level figure, rushed over to where Yu Sheng and the saint were fighting. Time and space once again seemed to be restricted, and the swordsman's face suddenly changed. His partner must have just been directly killed by the halberd of time and space on the spot. There was no need to say just how powerful that meant Yi Futian's combat ability was. Crack! 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 His body seemed to be cracking open. He transformed himself into a sword, and suddenly a burst of sword will shot up into the clouds as both and Yu Sheng rushed up into the sky, with the swordsman pushing Yu Sheng along at the tip of his sword. The inexhaustibly sharp sword pierced through the demon body, but Yu Sheng's powerful form had still not once been knocked back by his opponent's sword. His battle-axe was still pressed up against his opponent's sword. A suffocating, destructive pressure descended upon them as Yi Futian's halberd of time and space fell. The sword saint had not been able to make Yu Sheng retreat before Yi Futian arrived. He could only pull back his right hand and thrust it towards the halberd of time and space. 9 swords overlapped once again and shot out towards the halberd. The halberd of time and space descended with all the power of heaven behind it. It sliced through the air and fell upon his opponent's sword. There was a loud noise, and the halberd of time and space seemed to slow because of this, but then it continued forward. Boom! Shock waves swept out in succession. Yi Futian felt the one sword turn into 9 and shoot forward, blocking the power of the halberd of time and space. In that moment, as the 3 of them confronted each other, they formed a strange balance as they all stopped there in the air. But in between the 3 of them an incomparably violent airflow swept up. Even Huang Jilga's bow could not have pierced through that airflow, and any attacks would be impossible. The sword saint cultivator's hair danced wildly in the wind. At that moment he was under terrible pressure. Were these 2 really only on the sage plane? Even those who had recently reached the Saint Plane would probably not be like this. Moreover, the power of his swordsmanship was formidable indeed. His sword will had entered his opponent's body but had not been able to destroy it. What level of body was this? Would a saint-level swordsman fall at the hands of sages today? This was an incredibly shameful way to go. He never would have imagined it. "I'll kill you," he cried. He transformed into a formless body, seeming to find some hidden reserve of strength to put into his flowing sword will. His every breath, every thought, every drop of blood were bent towards this sword attack. Buddha and demon were one in Yusheng's body. Up in the sky, 1,808 Buddhas flashed into appearance. And right above him appeared a demon head that covered him. The power to control all the demons of heaven and earth was a terrible sight to behold. He had gathered the power of demons and Buddhas into one body. The flow of sword will continued forward, smashing into the image of the demon Buddha, completely destroying it. The saint's sword was incredibly powerful. But the arm that held the sword also trembled slightly. It had just suffered an incomparable amount of power as well. In the other direction, the powerful flow of sword will rushed into Futian, and an extremely destructive light bloomed from his body. It rushed into his mind, and even attacked the saint's will. But when the saint felt the spiritual will, his heart trembled fiercely. He seemed to have felt a spiritual willpower that could not be found even on the Saint Plane. The divine light shone, and a terrible space vortex appeared in front of the halberd of time and space in Futian's hands. The dazzling, flowing light shot forward, slicing through the sword will and entering his opponent's body bit by bit. The three cultivators were all being subjected to tremendous amounts of power. "You must have come from Dali Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain is sending many sword saints to kill me these days. I will remember this," spat Futian in a cold voice. "Don't worry, you won't be alone." As he said this, the infinite power inside Futian went into his arms. In that moment, an incomparably brilliant light burst forth from his right hand and entered into the halberd of space and time. "Destroy," he yelled. He seemed to have given up on protecting his body as he gathered all his power into the halberd. Suddenly, a rumbling sound shook the heavens and the earth as the shrieking sword will was shattered. The halberd of time and space opened up a gap and continued forward bit by bit, cutting through the shattering sword will until it pierced the palm of his opponent's hand. Blood flowed from the wound instantly, just like the previous sword saint. He gave a bitter cry as billowing sword wills burst from his body. They flowed towards Futian, but on the other side Yusheng was pressing him fiercely. Another sound rang out as his battle axe cut through the sword and into his other arm. In a flash his sword will was mixed with his blood, creating a shocking sight. His cry of rage shook the heavens and the earth. Both his arms were cut through at the same time, and a look of despair came over the sword saint's face. Would he really be killed by two sages? His blood fell all around as his two arms were cut off. Then, the halberd of time and space and the battle-axe of judgment cut into his body. In a flash, the sword saint's face grew deathly pale, and the sword will that had been flowing around him wildly weakened, although wisps of it still swirled around him. But blood was flowing from his mouth continuously, and his breathing weakened. But his eyes were still firmly open, as if he would still bear a grievance even in death. Boom! There was a loud noise as the saint's body was destroyed. He had been slain. The two sword saints who had pursued them had both been slain. Futian's eyes were extremely cold. He was covered in blood. During the battle he had seemed to have no problem, but he knew how things really were, and so did Yusheng. "Let's go," said Futian, and suddenly the group continued on through the sky. Before long, a group of cultivators came over to them. They were the saint-level figures who garrisoned Emperor Xia's city, and they rushed over as soon as they saw them. As he saw them approaching, Futian, whose breath had grown very weak, said, "Emperor Li's realm has launched a surprise attack. I must ask you elders to go to Xuanji Mountain to rescue them." They nodded. "All right." Their figures flashed, moving quickly in the direction of Xuanji Mountain. Futian and the others all stopped, they were no longer fleeing. The saint-level cultivators of Emperor Xia's city had rushed to their defense, so there was no need to flee anymore. And if Cao Kong attacked them, they would not be able to escape. He did not know how Yaya, Wuchen, and his master were doing right now. According to his previous estimation, Li Yao would probably not dare to act against Xia Qingyuan. The message that Xiao Sheng had sent was probably only Li Yao pretending to act against Xia Qingyuan in the hopes that she would rush to Xuanji Mountain earlier. Now, it was only her and those beside her who could help Yaya. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," came a warm voice from beside Yi Futian. He turned and saw Yao Shi's perfect face appear before his eyes. Her eyes were warm and soft, but there seemed to be a trace of worry in them. "You should rest and recover, Lord Yi," she said. "Thank you, goddess," whispered Yi Futian. "I will keep your secret, Lord Yi," said Yao Shi. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He and Yao Shi had no quarrel with each other, and had a pretty good relationship. She had no reason to betray him. Moreover, Yao Shi was a smart person. Seeing today's battle had probably reminded her of something. If she wanted to spill his secrets, she should consider whether or not she could bear the consequences. At that moment on the battlefield, the sword matrix spanned across the sky. Yaya had turned into a sword and integrated herself into the matrix. While using the power of the matrix, her ability to counterattack was at its peak. But even so, the magic giant of Lihan Heaven had still not retreated even a little bit. In fact, he was still attacking wildly. He stood there in the sky like a majestic demon king. His head scraped the sky and his feet trampled the earth. His overbearing attacks rumbled wildly. The sword matrix in the air kept launching attacks against him, but he still stood there without retreating. The entire sword matrix had even been knocked far away by his mighty attacks, and had left Xuanji Mountain far behind. Of course, at this point Xuanji Mountain had already been razed to the ground. "You may have once been at the peak, but that was in the past," came a mighty voice that shook the heavens and the earth. A giant fist smashed down, and suddenly the cracks in the sword matrix grew wider, and it was shattered. A group of figures fell powerlessly to the earth, with blood streaming from their mouths. "Cao Kong," came a voice from far away. As the voice echoed, a fist shot across the distance, covering the sky. Demonic power rolled off of Cao Kong's body as he matched fists with his new opponent. The air seemed about to shatter as Cao Kong was forced backwards. He swept his gaze over the battlefield. Yi Futian and Yusheng must have already killed them. "Let's go," shouted Cao Kong, and his voice filled the sky as it rolled out into the distance. The cultivators from Lihan Heaven who were fighting heard his voice and shot up into the air, leaving the battlefield and starting to scatter. Cao Kong had given the order to scatter, which meant that Xia Qingyuan must have arrived. Their opponent's battle matrix was now stronger than theirs. If they didn't leave now, they might never be able to. Chapter 1082, Voices rang through the air from the distance, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm who were fighting scattered one by one. The sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Dou stepped forward towards where Cao Kong was fleeing and pursued him. Voices rang through the air from the distance, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm who were fighting scattered one by one. The sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Dou stepped forward towards where Cao Kong was fleeing and pursued him. The rest of them continued along in the direction of the battle, all of them moving extremely quickly. Xia Qingyuan glanced all around the battlefield. Yaya had fallen down to the ground, and Yi Wuchen was bathed in endless sword will. In a bright, clear voice he said, "Thank you Sword Master for you sword." As he said this, the sword wills pierced through the air, shooting up into the sky. This was the sword that the Sword Master of Lihan used to enhance his perception, and that he could use to help him in battles of life and death. How he would return his sword. Xia Qingyuan's face was expressionless as she observed this scene. But on the inside, she still felt some gratitude to the Sword Master of Lihan. In the past she had once gone to Lihan Heaven and asked the Sword Master of Lihan to teach her swordsmanship, and to help her understand the way of the sword better. Yi Wuqian descended to the ground, where he sat cross-legged. His breathing suddenly became weaker. But Xia Qingyuan and the others continued forward. All of the saints stopped fighting. The saint-level cultivators of the 9 states had all been injured, and none of them had only been injured once. But at that moment they were only worried about how Yi Futian was doing. Xia Qingyuan had rushed over, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm were scattering. As long as Yi Futian was alright, then this would count as a loss for Emperor Li's realm. Xia Qingyuan and the others strode forward. Eventually, they saw a group of people coming towards them. Among the people at the very front of the group were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that nothing terrible had happened to him. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and walked in front of Yi Futian. At that moment, he and Yu Sheng were extremely weak. Her expression was exceedingly cold, and the warm air all around them seemed to be chilled in an instant. "Pass on my order," she said. "Anyone from Emperor Li's realm in the empty realm is to be killed without mercy. No exceptions." "Yes, Your Highness," said the people beside her. At this point, Emperor Li's realm had already been defeated in the Battle of Empty Realm, but they had ordered their saint-level cultivators to launch a surprise attack on Yi Futian. Li Yao had even personally appeared as a decoy, but they had sent out saints who had reached the peak of the Nirvana plane. This kind of action was extremely odious. Xia Qingyuan could not tolerate it. If Emperor Li's realm wanted to go to war, let it be known that it was them who had made the first move. Many people were secretly trembling. Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm had always been in conflict, and had clashed over and over again. And this attack had probably intensified the conflict. No one knew what would happen in the future. "I'm going forward to take a look," said Yi Futian. He still had not seen the others, and he was worried about the safety of the people from the 9 states. As he went forward, he finally reunited with Glass Saint, the village chief, and Saint Xia. When he saw that they were all injured, his heart grew cold. Simply put, the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm's target had been him and Yu Sheng. They just wanted to force everyone else to retreat so they could kill them. They probably had had no heart for a fierce fight, and they would not have suffered misfortune if there hadn't been. But the wounds on everyone from the 9 states showed that they would fight to the death. Otherwise, they would have taken a step back and their opponents would have ignored them and been able to leave directly. If that had happened, how could they have gotten hurt? The village chief rushed forward, and when Yi Futian saw him moving, his heart leapt. He also rushed forward, and saw Yi Wuqian kneeling on the ground with sword wills wrapped around him. There was nothing too wrong with him. The sword master of Lihan had once used Yi Wuqian's sword. And not only sword, but his life as well. That life should have been his. Perhaps the sword master of Lihan had thought that there would be some kind of accident up in the sky, and that was why he had done what he did. Had he truly lent his sword to Yi Wuqian? Or had it been to Yi Futian? There was no way to know, but no matter who he had meant to lend it to, it was enough to remind him that he owned the sword master of Lihan a life. Finally they all reached Yaya's side. At that time she had fainted, and the village chief had gotten there first and was supporting her. Yaya's mouth and clothes were stained with blood. Yaya had not been the only one wounded in the attack, many others had been as well. Even his powerful sworn brothers had been heavily wounded, and blood poured from their ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. They were all extremely weak. Li Yao. Yi Futian clenched his fists. The vengeance that he owed him had just gotten even deeper. At that moment, a group of figures came rushing through the air from the distance. The sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Bu and their cultivators had returned. "Chao Kong has set all his will to fleeing," they said. "We could not stop him." But several of the saints who participated in the battle were stopped and killed. Li Yao of Emperor Li's realm is no longer in the empty realm. He probably started up a space matrix in order to leave. And not only that, Emperor Li's city is now a ghost town. Obviously Li Yao had already made preparations before he had acted. No matter if he was able to kill Yi Futian or not, he would be able to predict that there would be great disturbances afterward. Why would he wait in the empty realm for Xia Qingyuan to deal with him? Of course he had left straight away. Is the princess all right? Asked Yi Futian. These words carried deeper implications than their surface meaning. Of course, he was not blaming Xia Qingyuan. This whole situation definitely had nothing to do with her. Moreover, when he had first set out she had sent people to protect him in order to guard against this sort of thing. Although the likelihood of Li Yao doing something crazy was quite low, they had still been prepared for it. But Xiao Xing's words had changed everything, and had nearly cost Yi Futian and his friends their lives. Yi Futian also did not blame those cultivators who had left. The two sides had no relationship with each other, and in Emperor Xia's realm he was nothing more than the princess's valet. He had no right to ask them to do something for him. Moreover, since Xiao Xing had sent a message saying that Princess Xia Qingyuan had met with a surprise attack, they had to go, even if there was only a 1% chance of that being true. They were Emperor Xia's people. They were the princess's people. They weren't Yi Futian's people. Li Yao sent some saint-level cultivators from the empty realm to the holy mountain to create an illusion to confuse me. They did not actually dare to act, but delayed me for some time. It was my fault for being too slow, said Xia Qingyuan. She knew that if she had been only a moment later, Yi Futian would have really been in danger. And the fact that Yi Futian and the others had survived this battle was already a miracle. It was truly a miracle. If Yaya had not counterattacked with all of her power, and if the sword master of Lihan had not lent his sword to Yi Wuqian, Yi Futian would not have survived. He knew this all too well. Princess, this is all my fault, a voice rang out. When she heard this, Xia Qingyuan's eyes flashed with cold light. She turned her cold eyes slowly, looking towards the figure from which the voice had come. It was Xiao Xing. When the saints that Li Yao had sent appeared, I panicked. I didn't wait for orders, but directly sent the message to Xuanji Mountain, leading to Brother Yi and the others suffering a surprise attack. But fortunately nobody came to any great harm. Xiao Xing bowed to the princess. Please forgive me, princess. Xiao Xing had actively admitted his mistake. At that moment his head was bowed very low, as if he were truly admitting that he had done something wrong, and begging the princess for her forgiveness. Yi Futian's gaze fell upon Xiao Xing. He had just asked if the princess was all right, but what he was really asking about was Xiao Xing's message. He had previously guessed that Xia Qingyuan would not have sent people to call back his guards. Li Yao would not dare to attack Xia Qingyuan. So he had asked if something had happened to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had said that it was just Li Yao trying to confuse her, and that war had not really broken out. So, Xiao Xing had come back with the message, and had stated that there were no orders from Xia Qingyuan. What did he mean by this? Well, if that was all that it was, then it was all right. When Xiao Xing had rushed to Xuanji Mountain, Chao Kong and the other cultivators from Emperor Li's realm had all been there. When he saw that, Xiao Xing must have thought that something had happened, and that Li Yao's target was him, not Xia Qingyuan. But Xiao Xing had summoned people to go out without any hesitation, and moreover had said that the princess was under attack. It could be said that he was extremely decisive at that time. He had been determined to send people, and to have them gather the people from Divine Cloud Valley along the way. If Xiao Xing had said that he meant nothing by this, could Yi Futian really believe it? And it was not only Yi Futian. The other people from the 9 states were all looking at Xiao Xing extremely coldly. He had seen that Yi Futian was surrounded by the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm and had still said that the princess was under attack and sent people to her. Broadly speaking, didn't this mean that he had tried to kill Yi Futian? He had just tried to use others to do it. You have indeed done wrong, said Xia Qingyuan coldly. You said, the princess is under attack. When was I under attack? Li Yao sent saints to surround the holy mountain. The situation was dire, so I immediately sent people from the Shao clan to get people to come help. I naturally thought that Li Yao was moving against you. Xia Xing still had his head bowed. Under such circumstances I could not take too much time to think. You could not take too much time to think, Yi Futian said suddenly. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. He still remembered Xiao Xing's expression when he had relayed his message. Cold, without a hint of emotion. At that time, it had not looked like Xiao Xing had cared about the princess's safety at all. Either way, this situation is my fault. No matter how you punish me, princess, I will not complain. Xiao Xing bowed again, still sounding honest and sincere. What do you think, Yi Futian? Xia Qingyuan turned her gaze to Yi Futian. The one who had really been in danger here was Yi Futian. He would probably not let Xiao Xing off too easily. This was a thorny problem. Yi Futian would most likely want to kill Xiao Xing. She did not think that it would be strange for him to want this, nor would she blame him for it. But even though Xiao Xing was in the wrong, if they killed him they would never be able to explain it to her mother and the Xiao clan. I think that you should thoroughly investigate this matter, princess. I believe that you will handle it well, said Yi Futian. He did not give his own opinion on the matter. I will. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Many people have been injured. Have them return to Emperor Xia's realm. They could slow down when handling this matter. But many people in Yi Futian's group had been wounded, and it was not suitable for them to stay in the empty realm. All right. Yi Futian nodded. Then they all gathered together and left in the direction of Emperor Xia's city where they prepared to depart. You're just going to let him off like that? Luo Fan's voice was extremely cold. Everyone could see it clearly. Xiao Xing had plotted against Yi Futian, and had tried to have him killed. The princess was Xiao Xing's cousin, and Queen Xiao was his aunt. Even if the princess wanted to act against Xiao Xing, the matter would not be easily decided. By handing the affair over to Xia Qingyuan to handle, Yi Futian had made things difficult for her. It would be extremely difficult to act against Xiao Xing. Let him go? A cold, murderous light flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. He must die. Li Yao wanted to kill him because they were enemies. So if Xiao Xing wanted to kill him, it was even more unforgivable. Chapter 1083, Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian and the others had originally planned to cultivate in the empty realm for a period of time, at least 1 year. After all, in 1 year the spirit stones of the Great Path would be distributed. Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian and the others had originally planned to cultivate in the empty realm for a period of time, at least 1 year. After all, in 1 year the spirit stones of the Great Path would be distributed. However, this sudden incident had made Yi Futian and the others use the grand matrix of space to return to Emperor Xia's realm earlier. Xia Qingyuan would naturally stay in the imperial palace, and the others left individually. Yi Futian and the others returned to the mountain villa to cultivate and heal. This time, many of them were seriously wounded. But before long, Xia Qingyuan sent a powerful saint-level cultivator who was skilled in the healing arts from the imperial palace to cure their wounds, both wounds of the body and wounds of their spiritual willpower. Because of this chaos that had taken place, any of the cultivators from the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm returned, and the news quickly spread to all corners of Emperor Xia's realm. The news of their victory in the empty realm had made it back to Emperor Xia's realm a long time ago. Now as everyone was returning, many of the details were being passed around as well. Many people marveled at the fact that Yi Futian had helped Xia Qingyuan seize victory all under his own power. However, this person who had rendered outstanding service had earned the jealousy and hatred of Emperor Li's realm due to this, and thus had been subjected to an extremely dangerous attack. The Sword Saint of the Void had reappeared during that attack, and the Sword Master of Lihan had lent out his sword. This left many people amazed. When Yi Futian and Wang Chuan had fought upon the 33rd level of Lihan Heaven, what had really happened? They had thought at first that Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven had been defeated, and thus had not taken part in the Battle of Empty Realm. But for the Sword Master to lend his sword meant far more than simply participating in the battle. The Sword Master of Lihan's skill was forging 33 sword wills. He had lent one of them to Yi Wuchen to enhance his perception. He had helped him at the hour of life and death. Was this the attitude of a master personally teaching a disciple? Even though Yi Wuqian had showed extraordinary talent for swordsmanship at Lihan Heaven, would that really be enough to make the sword master of Lihan do this? No one knew what the sword master of Lihan was really thinking, but this foremost swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm had a bearing that made people admire him. Many people thought that Yi Futian had fought his way up to the 33rd layer of heaven in order to humiliate Lihan Heaven. But he had lent his sword to Yi Wuqian. This kind of bold vision was truly worthy of a top saint. Later, more details of the attack came out. At first, Xia Qingyuan had sent people to protect Yi Futian, but they had been ordered to gather together and leave by Xiao Sheng, which had led to Yi Futian coming into grave danger. Now, it was said that the princess was investigating the matter. Was Xiao Sheng really trying to save the princess, or was he simply trying to kill Yi Futian? The latter option was probably not true. After all, Yi Futian and Xiao Sheng had no enmity between them, and it could even be said that they had nothing to with each other. Why would Xiao Sheng try to kill him? But those people from top forces who had gone to the empty realm had seen more than anyone else. Xiao Sheng certainly had sufficient reason to want Yi Futian dead. But on the bright side, Xiao Sheng was also justified. He was indeed thinking of the princess when he did it. The core members of the Shao clan had gathered in the palace of the Shao clan in Emperor Xia's realm. The person sitting at their head was Old Man Shao. Those around him were all core members of the Shao clan, all of his sons. And sitting before them all was Xiao Sheng. At that moment Old Man Xiao's face was quite ugly, as if he were quite angry. He gazed coldly at Xiao Sheng and said, "What on earth have you done? You have made Qingyuan order an investigation." Xia Qingyuan had given the order to investigate this matter, and even to directly investigate the Shao clan and those beside Xiao Sheng. He was Xia Qingyuan's grandfather, and the head of her mother's clan. The people in this mansion were all Xia Qingyuan's relatives. Even though she was the princess, she should still have deep feelings for the Shao clan. And yet, at that moment his granddaughter, Princess Xia Qingyuan, had sent people to his household to investigate him. What did this mean? When outsiders saw this they would think that a rift had formed between the princess and the Shao clan. It was obvious that what Xiao Sheng had done had made Xia Qingyuan angry, and that was why she had acted in spite of what Old Man Xiao might want and sent people to investigate him. At that moment, Xiao Sheng's face was rather pale and his fists were clenched. He knew that Xia Qingyuan thought highly of Yi Futian, but he had underestimated just how much. Had she really launched an investigation into the Shao clan over an outsider? This now not only implicated her cousin, but all of the Shao clan. I've already said all I have to say. You must know, grandfather, that the situation was very tense. I was worried for the princess's safety, and so I naturally sent people to protect her, said Xiao Sheng. Who is the princess? Who is Yi Futian? Should Yi Futian really have been the one I worried about in that situation? The blood of the Shao clan flowed in Princess Xia Qingyuan's veins. Is that all? Old Man Xiao asked coldly. I only did what needed to be done. If the princess blames me for this, I will have no complaints, answered Xiao Sheng. When he had spoken to Xia Qingyuan he had learned that she regarded Yi Futian far more highly than him. Yi Futian had lived, so naturally there was no problem. In that case, it was best to try and find an opportunity. The worst possible result was just that he would not have a chance to be at Xia Qingyuan's side. This would not too different from if Yi Futian was alive. In that case he would also have to dampen his ambitions and not think about them anymore. He would have to find another path of cultivation. So he did not regret doing what he did. There is a report for you, master, came a voice from outside. Come in, said Old Man Xiao. A figure quickly came in from outside. After he had stepped into the hall he bowed slightly and said, news has come from the outside world. Master Xiao Sheng has been in contact with people from Emperor Li's realm. Everyone was shocked when he said this. They all gasped loudly. Xiao Sheng had been in contact with people from Emperor Li's realm. If that was so, then him transferring people away from Yi Futian's side could absolutely not be explained simply by his concern for the princess. That would mean that he had collaborated with the enemy to kill one of his own. This kind of crime would be enough to finish Xiao Sheng, and would even put a black mark on the entire Xiao clan. I have not. Xiao Sheng's face suddenly changed. He knew that this crime was not something that he could bear. In a flash many pairs of ice-cold eyes gazed at Xiao Sheng. The members of the Xiao clan looked at him with severe expressions. The atmosphere in the entire hall had changed. The Xiao family was the family of Emperor Xia's queen, who had given birth to Emperor Xia's favorite daughter, Princess Xia Qingyuan. Thus, they were at the height of their power, and almost stood at the top of Emperor Xia's realm. Everything that they did was to make their relationship with Emperor Xia closer, and to go a little farther. Of course, they did not seek to take advantage of this, they just wanted to follow in Xia Qingyuan's footsteps. If Xiao Sheng was charged with collaborating with the enemy, he would not be the only one who would be unable to bear it. This would put a black mark on the name of the Xiao clan. After this, it would be impossible for Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan to place the Xiao clan in an important position. Where did this news come from? Old man Xiao asked the man who had come in. I don't know the source. It seemed to suddenly appear out of thin air. It seems like someone was spreading it on purpose, the man answered. Grandfather, someone is trying to frame me. Xiao Sheng's expression finally changed. If he was accused of collaborating with the enemy, the situation would be far worse than he had anticipated. Old man Xiao, who normally seemed so warm, was now cold and stern. His eyes were like knives that seemed to pierce directly into Xiao Sheng's mind. Xiao Sheng, there will be traces left behind of anything that you have done. I understand Qingyuan's nature a bit. If she is going to do something, she will do it thoroughly. Don't think that there is any use in hiding anything. If you have done something, your best option is to admit it immediately. Maybe then you will still have a chance. But if you mean to hide it and wait until you are found out, I will have no control over the consequences. Old man Zhao's voice pierced Xiao Sheng's ears. In that moment he felt a terrible pressure. It came not only from old man Xiao, but from everyone in the hall. At that moment, he felt like he was suffocating. His expression changed constantly, like he was struggling with himself. Finally, he lowered his head and bowed, saying, Grandfather, no matter what, I would not dare to collaborate with the enemy. The blood of the Xiao clan flows in the princess's veins. How could I dare to help Emperor Li's realm against her? As he said this, everyone was still staring at him. Xiao Shen broke out in a cold sweat, but he continued, it's just that I met a female cultivator in the empty realm. She told me that Li Yao meant to attack the princess, and if that happened that I should immediately call cultivators to protect her. Is that all? A cold voice echoed throughout the hall. At a single sentence from her you rushed to do her bidding? How close was your relationship with her? Continued old man Xiao. How much was Xiao Sheng revealing, and how much was he hiding? Xiao Sheng knelt to the floor and said, I admit, everything that you think happened did indeed happen. But I swear I never made any contact with people from Emperor Li's realm, nor did I ever speak of betraying Emperor Xia's realm. Don't tell me that you didn't suspect that's what you were doing. Old man Zhao's eyes were sharp. You were taking advantage of the situation, and taking the opportunity to get rid of Yi Futian. Xiao Sheng lowered his head and said, in everything that I did I never committed treachery. All along I was thinking of the clan. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as old man Xiao slammed his hand down on his armrest. His face was cold. These words might work on me. I believe you, and the people of the Xiao clan believe you too. But how do you intend to explain this to Xia Qingyuan? Xiao Sheng lowered his head. Aunt will understand me. Everyone in the Xiao clan stared at him with fury in their hearts. This was simply dastardly. They all understood that once this got out they would have to give up all hope of sending Xiao Sheng to the palace to cultivate. Xia Qingyuan would never trust him again, nor would she ever make use of him. Father, Xiao Sheng is guilty. I will take him to the palace to admit his guilt, said Uncle Xiao to Old Man Xiao. You are planning to go to your sister, aren't you? How could Old Man Xiao fail to see what he was thinking? Xiao Xing had made a terrible mistake, and word of it had reached the outside world. Someone was clearly trying to incite conflict. Under these circumstances, if things deteriorated at all it would be very serious. Now, the only who could help Xiao Xing was Queen Xiao. Chapter 1084. In the midst of the mountain, Yi Futian came to the cottage villa. In the midst of the mountain, Yi Futian came to the cottage villa. There, a quiet figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivating. The wind passed through and caressed her long strands of hair. It was Yaya. She had already woken up. Yi Futian walked next to Yaya, only to see her opening her eyes. The breath from her body was still not as steady as before. How are you? Yi Futian asked. Fine, it is just that the cultivation of these few years had been wasted. I need to start from the first level of the Saint Plain, Yaya whispered as if she did not mind it at all. The battle with Chao Kong, with her recovered realm, was not enough to stop Chao Kong of the Nirvana Plain. The only way was to return to the peak. This battle had cost her dearly. Her cultivation in recent years was destroyed. Yi Futian sat next to her and handed a storage ring to her. What? Yaya looked at him and asked. You cultivated the power of the Great Path in space. Everywhere here are the Great Path fragments with space attributes. They should allow you to speed up your cultivation, Yi Futian said. Yaya looked at him and said, save it for your own cultivation. Your comprehension had long been accomplished. The only thing left was just the realm. It would be faster used on you. As Yi Futian was saying, he reached over and took her hand, then placed the storage ring in her palm. Otherwise, if you encountered similar situations again, could you still count on me? Looking up at him, she saw Yi Futian smiling while closing her hand and whispered, focus on cultivating, we need you in the future. As he was speaking he stood up and left. When he turned around, his eyes suddenly became cold. There were news from the outside that Xiao Xing had colluded with Emperor Li's realm. If so, he truly deserved to die. Even though he blocked Xiao Xing's way, but it was ultimately to contribute his power to the battle for the empty realm, and help Emperor Xia's realm to win the battle. If Xiao Xing wanted to get him out of the way, he could have done it in the open, no need to find a pretext, even resort to colluding with Emperor Li's realm. Who else was more deserving of death if not Xiao Xing? Of course, this whole thing seemed somewhat odd. If Xiao Xing had really gone to the enemy and colluded with Emperor Li's realm, why would such news suddenly come out? With the background of the Xiao clan in Emperor Xia's realm, there were few in Emperor Xia's realm who would dare to spread such news at will, because once found out by the Xiao clan, they would not easily let it go without retribution. Unless Li Yao had done it intentionally. If so, what was his motivation? Deliberately inciting the contradiction between himself and Xiao Xing, thus offending the Xiao clan who stood at the top of the Emperor Xia's realm? The Xiao clan was royalty. If he touched Xiao Xing, then Li Yao's purpose was accomplished, and knew that Yi Futian would feel compelled to do so. This was also why the plot was the insidious and extremely nasty. But even if he knew all that, could he just let Xiao Xing go? But for now, it was better to wait and see. After all, Xiao Xing's status needed to be considered, and Xia Qingyuan was already investigating the matter. He would not be impulsive and out of bound. Otherwise, it would only create embarrassment for Xia Qingyuan. Whoosh! Yi Futian let out a heavy breath, and felt a little depressed. He felt that although Xiao Xing was guilty, there was little hope for Xia Qingyuan to execute him for it. It could even be said to be nearly impossible. After all, he was the grandson of Xia Qingyuan's maternal grandfather, the son of her uncle, and the nephew of her mother, Queen Xiao. All these relations involved, with layers upon layers of blood and kinship. Even though Xia Qingyuan has the power as a princess, she was equally subjected to constraints. Punishment was likely, but execution was difficult. After Yi Futian left, he went to visit senior brother, Knife Saint, and the others to check on their recovery. When Yi Futian was thinking about all these, Shao Xing's father, Shao Qianhe, had already entered the palace with Shao Xing to visit Queen Shao, who was also Xia Qianhe's sister. After they entered the palace, Shao Qianhe had Shao Xing explained everything in detail. Naturally he understood that this thing could not be concealed. Although Queen Shao was his sister, she was also the queen. If he dared to deceive even the queen, the consequences would only be dire still. To admit guilt and ask for forgiveness was counting on that the aunt would not want to execute her own nephew over this. Examine this incident carefully. Although Shao Xing was a bit foolish, the fortunate thing was that even though he was being used, but he never really had any contact with Li Yao, so at most, it could be said that he was merely borrowing the advantages from Li Yao. It was true that he wanted to kill Yi Futian, but ultimately it failed, and Yi Futian and the others were safe in the end. But being defeated like this, when Shao Qianhe left the palace, his face was cold as ice. Shao Xing bowed his head without saying a word, knowing that his future was probably over. At this time, inside the palace, Xia Qingyuan came to the personal quarters of Queen Shao. She looked at her mother and asked, "Uncle was here?" Obviously, she already knew that Shao Qianhe and Shao Xing had been there. "Your uncle wanted to see you, but I know you weren't in the best of moods, so I didn't let him and Shao Xing go to your place." Queen Shao looked at her daughter and whispered with a laugh, "Are you still worried about this?" There were rumors that Shao Xing colluded with Emperor Li's realm, Xia Qingyuan said. "Do you think your cousin was that stupid?" Queen Shao said to Xia Qingyuan, "Think about his status, collusion with Emperor Li's realm. Even if he had killed Yi Futian, what kind of crime would that be? These many years, I understand the thoughts of your uncle and your cousin, but I've let you have your own way. You were just like your father and you know your own mind, so I rarely interfered with your decisions." Shao Xing is anxious for fame and glory, and perhaps he was jealous of the position that Yi Futian occupied in your heart, and felt that something that should have belonged to him was robbed by Yi Futian, so he wanted Yi Futian dead. But how would he dare to collude with Emperor Li's realm? It was only the people of Emperor Li's realm who took advantage of his feelings. Queen Shao continued, "Just now, your uncle and Shao Xing came over and explained everything he did. Someone did send him a message saying that you would be attacked, probably he also wanted to achieve his own objectives, so he sent away the people you sent to Yi Futian. In any case, Shao Xing would never dare to do anything that hurts you. Otherwise, even if your uncle was here begging, I would have killed him myself." Xia Qingying was silent without a word. It was all just as she had expected. Indeed, her mother had never interfered with any of her decisions, and everything was always decided by herself. But the ties of blood were, after all, unable to be severed. Her uncle had came personally to plead, and her mother still chose to speak on behalf for Shao Xing. "Tell me, Qingyuan, is Yi Futian important in your heart?" Queen Shao asked. Xia Qingyuan looked up at Queen Shao, remembering that the few times when she first saw Yi Futian, she had always disliked this self-righteous guy. However, after the fight at the Imperial Mausoleum when she lost to Yi Futian, she had also acknowledged his strength. And with everything that happened later, she gradually started to recognize and even accepted Yi Futian, and Yi Futian's position in her heart had changed quietly. This change did not occur overnight. Seeing Xia Qingyuan's silence, Queen Shao smiled and said, "Sending people to investigate the Shao clan, without nary a care for your grandfather's name, just to clear the air for him. The battle for the empty realm was made possible by him, so that Emperor Xia's realm won the control for the empty realm for the next 10 years without a drop of blood. And not long after that victory, an attempt to assassination was made on the single most important person who made it all possible, and now, Shao Xing is rumored to have colluded with Emperor Li's realm. As the leader in the battle for the empty realm, how can I not fully investigate the matter and give everyone involved an explanation?" Xia Qingyuan said, "If this whole thing ended like this, it would have a chill effect on everyone." Queen Shao walked up to Xia Qingyuan. She smiled softly and looked at her daughter, "Qingyuan, you are all grown up now, are you still going to wear men's clothing? It is time to return to your femininity." She knew just how beautiful her daughter was. She also knew that her daughter was lonely. She had a noble birth, Emperor Xia's youngest daughter, who was talented and beautiful, and was deeply adored by her father. Since childhood, whoever spoke to her, was always careful and full of respect. Among her peers, no one dared to look at her, even those proud sons of Emperor Xia's realm. Except Yi Futian was an anomaly. It was said that he had absolutely no regards in front of her daughter, but it was just so that his talent was not any less than that of Xia Qingyuan. Perhaps his appearance made Xia Qingyuan feel that she was not so lonely after all, that in this world there were still people like her. Therefore, Yi Futian had possessed a certain position in her heart. Mother, Xia Qingyuan looked at Queen Xiao, and knew her mother was trying to change the topic. Arrange a meeting and ask Yi Futian to come to the palace for me to meet him, Queen Xiao said lightly to Xia Qingyuan. Last time at her father's birthday banquet she had already seen him once, and he had left an impression on her. Don't investigate your grandfather's side anymore. Your uncle would not dare to deceive me, Queen Xiao continued. Xia Qingyuan sighed. It seemed that her mother was getting involved personally to mediate the matter. However, knowing Yi Futian's temper, how could he accept it? She was very clear about how stubborn that guy was. Meanwhile, at the cottage, messengers sent from the Emperor Xia's palace delivered the message that Queen Xiao had summoned him. Yi Futian immediately understood that the Xiao clan had contacted the queen, and it was pretty much the same as he had expected. Queen Xiao was the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm, the favorite of Emperor Xia, and the mother of Xia Qingyuan. The power she wielded could only be imagined. Xia Qingyuan launched an investigation on Xiao Sheng, and now there were rumors that Xiao Sheng had colluded with the enemy. It was only natural that the Xiao clan had asked the queen for help. Since Queen Xiao had summoned him, it was obvious that it was for this matter. However, for Queen Xiao to personally summon to see him, it showed the high regard she had for him. Otherwise, as the bodyguard of the princess, if Queen Xiao had issued an order, what could he do, and what did he dare to do? In the villa, many people came to Yi Futian, even Knife Saint who had not yet fully recovered. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Futian, the queen had summoned to see you, you must take care not to offend her. I know it's impossible for you to let go this thing with Xiao Sheng, but it can wait, don't cause friction with the queen. Knife Saint was thinking about Yi Futian. Emperor Xia and the princess were both good to Yi Futian. If there was friction between Yi Futian and Queen Xiao, this would obviously not be most ideal for Yi Futian. Senior brother, don't worry, I know what to do, Yi Futian sighed in his heart. Because of Xiao Sheng, his senior brother was seriously injured, but now he was advising him to hold his temper. Chapter 1085. When Yi Futian arrived at Emperor Xia's palace, there was a maid waiting outside ready to lead the way. When Yi Futian arrived at Emperor Xia's palace, there was a maid waiting outside ready to lead the way. However, she did not take Yi Futian to the palace of Queen Xiao, but to Xia Qingyuan's living quarters instead. On the stone bridge, Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan standing there, and at the pavilion next to the lake across, there was a graceful and elegant figure standing quietly, the back facing Yi Futian. Slender hands waved above the lake, seemed to be feeding the goldfishes in the lake. Princess, Yi Futian bowed slightly to Xia Qingyuan and greeted her. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and whispered, My mother wants to see you, come with me. As she was telling him, she walked toward the other end of the stone bridge, and Yi Futian followed behind her. They stopped at the lakeside pavilion, where an enchanting mist permeated the air so that the lake appeared as if a fairy pool out of this world. Although the figure standing in front of the lake was just a view from the back, it still exuded an air of noble holiness. She turned around slowly, revealing the unparalleled beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, upon which mortals dared not cast their eyes. However, Queen Xiao at the moment had a gentle smile on her face, and did not seem to be unapproachable. But that temperament was from deep down inside and cannot be concealed. Even just standing in front of her was enough for most people in Emperor Xia's realm to feel a touch of pressure. Yi Futian greets Her Royal Highness the Queen. Yi Futian bowed and paid his respect. No need for protocols, Queen Xiao said softly. I heard Qing Yuan speaking of the battle for the empty realm, and she credited you especially as the one who single-handedly helped Emperor Xia's realm to win the victory of the once every 10-year battle for the empty realm, and with the least injuries among all previous battles. To win with the least cost was indeed precious. That was our duty as subjects of the realm, Yi Futian said with bowed head. Provided one has the required ability to do so, Queen Xiao said with a smile, in every battle for the empty realm, how many cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm desired to achieve glorious deeds, and yet there were few who could have done as you did. Even though Qing Yuan participated this time in the battle, the victory of the battle for the empty realm was still uncertain. After all, our opponents were also of royal principalities. Your achievements also meant that you were the most outstanding in this battle for the empty realm. The praises of the queen I dare not accept, Yi Futian said. Excessive modesty is akin to insolence. You quite deserve the praise, Queen Xiao continued, and I already said no need for protocol, so why are you continuing to bow your head and not looking at me? Do you think I'm old and ugly? Yi Futian sighed in his heart. Queen Xiao said absolutely nothing of the matter of Xiao Sheng, but instead praised him continuously, even with humor and playfulness. After all, as the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, who would dare to dismiss Queen Xiao as old? This queen was even more difficult to deal with. Looking up, Yi Futian beheld the beauty that could fell a city, replied, I dare not. Queen Zhao's eyes fixed on Yi Futian and said, at the Xiao clan, you were not so restrained, actually you were quite comfortable doing what you wanted. You then entered Lihan Heaven, got to the 33rd layer of heavens, and defeated Wang Chuan in front of the swordmaster of Lihan. At the moment, you are quite unlike the you from before. You are acting this cautiously. Was it because you have something against me? The queen is most distinguished and noble, I dare not disrespect, Yi Futian said. Queen Xiao casted a stern look at Yi Futian and said, then how come I heard that you were quite unscrupulous with my daughter? Yi Futian looked totally confused. This. He glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was next to him, and saw that she was just standing there quietly, without expression. Forget it, you cherish the words like gold, more precious than old me, Queen Xiao said mildly, but Qingyuan trusted you, and His Majesty have granted you additional title, presumably he wished that you would become a helper in the future for Qingyuan. At the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, although the swordmaster Lihan borrowed the sword from Yi Wuchen, there was hidden intention to protect you. So many people valued you. I'm sure you won't let them down. Although Qingyuan had already rewarded you for the battle for the empty realm, but it was not comprehensive. I heard that Qingyuan had promised to have Divine Cloud Valley craft implements to the people of 9 states. I will personally give them an order to expedite the work so they will not dare to delay. In addition, I also heard that you have traveled to Xuanji Mountain with the intention to trade methods of cultivations. To avoid such troublesome process, Qingyuan had allowed you the freedom to enter Emperor Xia's palace, and I will personally allow you to enter the Golden Hall of Lotus in the palace, all except for the 9th floor. You may come and go as you wish. In addition, you may select 10 scriptures of methods, copy them, and pass them on to your close associates at the Holy Ji Palace. Queen Xiao looked at Yi Futian and said, this way, you don't have to go to other places to trade for cultivations in the future, and your friends would also have enough powerful methods to support their cultivations and continue to move forward. After all, they have contributed greatly in this battle for the empty realm by taking Emperor Li's city and took their imperial flag, so this is rewards to their achievements. When Xia Qingyuan heard Queen Zhao's words, she casted a glance at her mother. A strange color flashed past her clear eyes. The Golden Hall of Lotus in Emperor Xia's palace could be said to be one of the most precious places in the entire Emperor Xia's realm, comparable to any treasured ruins, and many people even thought that it was hands down, the most precious place of all. Even her, from the beginning of her cultivation, besides what was taught her by the emperor her father, most of her time was spent in the Golden Hall of Lotus, seeking enlightenment. In Emperor Xia's palace, there were some who were of extremely powerful Saint Plane. They were not part of the royal family, but they were willing to enter Emperor Xia's palace to serve her father. Some of them did so also for the Golden Hall of Lotus. Even with her position as the princess, she did not possess the power to reward others the privilege to enter the Golden Hall of the Lotus to cultivate. There were only 3 people with this power, and they still require the consent of the emperor. One could only imagine just how tremendous this reward really was. It would be fine if Yi Futian was the only one to be given this reward, but her mother had said that Yi Futian could take out the transcript of methods of the Golden Hall of the Lotus to allow his close associates to cultivate, which meant that this could be passed on to the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. This kind of bestowment was extremely rare to say the least. This also meant that the emperor had also agreed. Queen Xiao had already received the permission of Emperor Xia. Yi Futian clearly understood the weight of Queen Zhao's reward to him. He could enter the Golden Hall of Lotus at will, which meant that except for the highest level, he could cultivate with any methods he chose, and he could also teach the 10 methods to the people of the Holy Ji Palace, which was equivalent to giving them a holy land of heritage in the barren state. Such reward was not inconsiderable. Many thanks to the queen, Yi Futian bowed. I would also thank the queen on behalf of the people of the Holy Ji Palace for this handsome reward. Yi Futian secretly sighed inside. Was this the compensation from Queen Xiao to the people of the Holy Ji Palace? In this battle, many people from the Holy Ji Palace were injured. Queen Xiao must have known it. All right, you may go now, Queen Xiao said again. Yes, Yi Futian put his hands together and turned to leave. Xia Qingyuan took a step, wanting to catch Yi Futian for a few words, but then she heard Queen Xiao called out, Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan stopped and looked at Queen Xiao, and heard her said, come and chat with me. Xia Qingyuan looked at the departing Yi Futian, then nodded gently and walked over to Queen Zhao's side, saying, anything else, mother? Do you disapprove of my decision? Queen Xiao said. Xia Qingyuan understood the intention behind her mother's decision. She never once mentioned Xiao Sheng, nor did she plead for him. The only thing she did was to pile reward upon reward to Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was a smart guy, he would not have mistaken her intentions. Yi Futian is now coming to the upper worlds to cultivate. In the past, those close associates of his were great talents themselves. Following him in cultivation, they would experience wider perspective. For them, what is the most lacking? Queen Xiao said to Xia Qingyuan, it is far simpler to ask for Xiao Sheng's life, but to these people of the barren state, isn't it more important to cultivate? To barren state, could Xiao Sheng's life be equitable to these? Xia Qingyuan had to admit that Xiao Sheng's life was indeed not worth the rewards that her mother had bestowed on Yi Futian. If the choice was given, anyone would choose these resources for cultivation. Of course, I am only doing this because your father and you both valued Yi Futian, so I am just following your lead. Otherwise, Xiao Sheng's life is not worth all these efforts, and your father would never allow me to do so. Queen Xiao said, but he is, after all, your uncle's flesh and blood, it doesn't matter to the others, but it's different for your uncle. Qingyuan, let this be the end of the matter. I have already told your uncle that Xiao Sheng would never be allowed to step into the palace again, and the heir of Xiao clan would never be him. Queen Xiao added. Xia Qingyuan looked at her mother, then nodded gently. What her mother had done was even too grave for her to comment any further. After Yi Futian left Emperor Xia's palace, news quickly spread from the palace that Queen Xiao had permitted Yi Futian freedom to enter the Golden Hall of Lotus inside Emperor Xia's palace, the most prestigious holy land for cultivation in Emperor Xia's realm. In addition, Queen Xia had personally ordered that Divine Cloud Valley to create divine implement for the people of 9 states. Not only that, but Yi Futian was also permitted to take the 10 methods from the Golden Hall of Lotus and pass it on to the people of the Holy Ji Palace. In addition, there was also the punishment that was dealt to Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng was tempted while in the empty realm, secretly sent commands and dispatched personnel, causing Yi Futian and the others to be ambushed. Going forward, Xiao Sheng of the Xiao clan was not allowed to step into the palace, and the cost for Divine Cloud Valley to recreate divine implements for the people of the 9 states would also be paid for by the Xiao clan. Once these 2 news came out of Emperor Xia's palace, many people were staggered by Queen Zhao's handling of the matter. The first beauty of the Emperor Xia's realm had chosen to use rewards so that Yi Futian had nothing to say. At the same time, everyone understood that Xiao Xing's future was probably over. With such stain, and the palace had ordered him not to enter the palace ever, from then on, the focus of the Xiao clan would no longer be Xiao Xing. Unless his own talent was unusually genius that he would never need the spiritual resources of the Xiao clan to cultivate, and rise up on his own against the odds. However, even if he was outstanding in talent, how could he compare with Yi Futian? This had already been proven in the empty realm, not to mention, at present, Yi Futian was well regarded by Emperor Xia and the princess, and all the advantages were on his side. What did Xiao Xing have to fight against him? Before, there were rumors that when Xiao Qianhe and Xiao Xing left the palace, Xiao Xing's face was gloomy. Now everyone understood that the rumor was likely true. After coming out of the palace, Xiao Xing knew his ending. The punishment may have seemed not much, but in truth it had destroyed his future. Chapter 1086, Yi Futian returned to the cottage and told everyone about his meeting with the queen. Yi Futian returned to the cottage and told everyone about his meeting with the queen. All from the 9 states were shocked. Queen Xiao was something indeed. If she were to simply order Yi Futian to keep his hands from Xiao Xing, she would not have been able to budge Yi Futian at all. However, at present, the queen was taking the soft approach. She simply rewarded him and never mentioned anything about Xiao Xing. That ended up dissipating Yi Futian's intent to kill Xiao Xing altogether. Despite wanting to kill Xiao Xing still, it would have been a lot more difficult. The queen gave him plenty of face and rewarded even the people of the 9 states. Her actions of compensating them was actually an act to have them spare Xiao Xing's life. Yi Futian simply was unable to do anything about it. His only backing would have been Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Even if he intended to make a move against Xiao Xing, he needed both of them to back him. But then again, everyone knew what Queen Zhao's identity was, the beloved woman of Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan's biological mother. Brothers, what do you make of that? Yi Futian asked his eldest brother and third brother. It was very sincere of her to summon you for a meeting. If you were to refuse her offer and intended to still make a move on Xiao Xing, you would have appeared insolent. Furthermore, if you were to offend Queen Xiao simply to take Xiao Xing's life and things were keep developing from there would be no telling if both Emperor Xia and the princess would be displeased with you. The Sword Saint said to Yi Futian, Xiao Xing's life is worth less than that. Better put it aside for the moment. The news that was spread all over the place seemed to have been pulled intentionally by those from Emperor Li's realm, and it was done none other to instigate you to kill Xiao Xing, eventually pitting you against the Xiao clan and the queen. It's an extremely disadvantageous turn of events for you, and they sure know how to pull something so devious. Gu Donglu added, Xiao Xing should have been punished by death for what he did in the Battle of Empty Realm. But then again, he wanted to have you killed due to jealousy nonetheless. Now that his future path is in shambles because of that, you'd irk him further by getting better with your own life. There is no need for hurry. Any training methods in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, if you were to seriously take your time to select, would have been worth considerably more than Xiao Xing's life. What is there to refuse? A voice was heard and Yi Futian turned around to address the woman walking in. He then called, Yaya. What Xiao Xing did involved more than just Yi Futian alone, so it was not something that he could have simply decided on his own. At present, however, it seemed that no one agreed to him making a move against Xiao Xing. Even Yaya shared their opinions on the matter. He understood without doubt that if he were to insist on killing Xiao Xing, it would have simply meant that he was letting his emotions do the talking. But if he were to truly weigh the pros and cons, it became obvious that Xiao Xing's life was not worth it. There is a training method in swordsmanship in the Golden Hall of the Lotus called the Taishian Sword Sutra. The training method in swordsmanship is suitable for any swordsman and resembles the training methods of the swordmaster of Lihan in certain ways. Copy the methods and make it into one of the 10, and you could make it something to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace, Yaya said to Yi Futian. All right then. He did not have anything further to say, since Yaya had put it that way. Furthermore, there were actually many swordsmen training in the Holy Ji Palace to begin with. If you were to count those by his side, Yaya, the Glass Saint, the village chief, Qin Zhuang, Wuchen, Su Shang, the sword demon, Zui Qianqiu and some others were all practitioners of the arts of the sword. The Holy Ji Palace indeed lacked a power training method in the way of the sword. Would there be any need of other training methods? Yi Futian then asked Yaya. If you were to see Huangting Fistwell at the 8th floor, feel free to take it. I don't know much about the others, but since you could now come and go as you like, you could take your time and browse the training methods. Decide for yourself which of them would prove useful, Yaya said. Yi Futian nodded. It was actually rather difficult to just pick 10 to pass down as legacies. He needed to first take the training of the people around him. All of those people around him were people who followed him through thick and thin, establishing the foundations of the Holy Ji Palace. If he were to pick training methods to pass down, he would have naturally needed to take their needs into consideration. The Taishian Sword Sutra would be useful for the swordsman. As for other methods, he would have needed to take his time and select carefully. The one that I acquired for Luo Fan back at Xuanji Mountain is useful enough for me. There is no need to find another for me in this trip of yours. Yu Qi spoke first after seeing Yi Futian eyeing the crowd. He was only allowed to take 10 methods, and any one that he would have taken would have been invaluable. Futian, there is no need to deliberately consider for everyone's needs here. It would suffice to pick that you deem the most powerful, Dozhan said as well. He too, was willing to put his own interests aside and consider for the Holy Ji Palace. If the difference in power proves great enough, then I shall pick the strongest there are. If there are those suitable for some of you here and those methods are powerful enough on their own, I don't see any reason to not take them. Yi Futian continued, relax. I know what to do. Right. Everyone nodded hearing what Yi Futian said. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xia's palace several days later. Xia Qingyuan walked with him after knowing that he came, heading for the deeper parts of Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia's palace was a very big place. Palaces shrouded in mists and ancient halls stood tall everywhere. Despite having been there before, he had only been to Xia Qingyuan's residence and nowhere else. He came to a place and saw many steps in front of him. Clouds shrouded the sky of that place, like a paradise on earth. There was a golden ancient hall that resembled a lotus on top of those steps, and the place was none other than the Golden Hall of the Lotus, which was also the library of Emperor Xia's palace. There were no guards around the Golden Hall of the Lotus, as if anyone could have came and went as they pleased. But everyone around knew that it was one of the most important places in the palace. No one dared to step foot inside without orders. Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian, as they stood before the hall, the Golden Hall of the Lotus had a myriad of books and all of them were saint-level training methods. You can't find anything lower than that. You could say that it is the most important treasure trove in Emperor Xia's realm. Not only would you be free to pick any that you find suitable for yourself, you could also study other methods as well, comparing them and advancing your training further. Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood that he needed to incorporate his own understanding in his path of training. The halberd of nothingness that he created was one that incorporated the understanding that he developed back in the Endless Ocean, as well as training in the 9 heavenly attacks. His own understanding of things became even more important after breaking into Saint Plain. Let's head inside, Xia Qingyuan said, and she went into the Golden Hall of the Lotus together with Yi Futian. She was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain herself and needed to make a breakthrough into Saint Plain. It was without doubt beneficial for one to further their training by reading a myriad of books. Furthermore, she could have provided some opinion for Yi Futian as well. She was very familiar with the Golden Hall of the Lotus after all. Yi Futian was quickly enamored by the ocean of training methods laid out before him after stepping inside the Golden Hall of the Lotus. He seemed to have lost track of time as he went on to further his understanding within. At that moment, Yi Futian came to a row of books at the 7th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, flipping through the pages of the training methods available. All training methods available there were specifically that of speed, suitable for cultivators training in the power of the Great Path with wind and space attributes. Most of them were spells at saint level which proved useful for enhancing movement speed. However, there was one that seemed rather special. It was one on footwork. Footwork of Xianyuan. Yi Futian frowned at the name of the training method. Does this have anything to do with the Xianyuan Palace? It was said that the ancestor of the Xianyuan Palace was a Renhuang. Yi Futian started flipping through the pages. There were introductions to the footwork at the beginning. The footwork of Xianyuan was created by the Renhuang of Xianyuan all those years ago. It was of formidable might, enabling one to take to the skies with a single step, melding with the Great Path. It was lost in the generations and there was no detailed explanations on where the footwork originated from actually. The footwork belonged to the Xianyuan clan. After it was lost in the generations, my father felt it a pity to see it fade from history. As such, he went on to combine his own understanding with any records left by the Xianyuan clan and created this new breed of footwork of Xianyuan. It paled in comparison to the original created by Emperor Xianyuan all those years ago, however, as everyone developed different understandings in their training after all. There is a copy of it in the Xianyuan Palace as well, bestowed by my father, Xia Qingyuan explained. Yi Futian nodded. If it was something created by Emperor Xia himself, then it would have been extremely formidable regardless. Understandings developed by a Renhuang would not have been common things after all. He flipped through the pages detailing the essences of the art and extended his spiritual powers to the jade scroll at the side, seeing immediately a blurry figure standing tall in the sky. Every step the figure took seemed to have been able to crack the heavens and the earth, bringing down the sky. The strength of the steps compounded as they were merged with the Great Path. Yi Futian sensed pressure beyond his tolerable limits and the footwork took a turn after melding with the Great Path, conjuring many mirages and making it look like that of a matrix, enabling the user to appear in any corner at will. Every single step taken remained terrifying. If the footwork were to be merged with the Great Path, especially that of suppression and space, then it would have enabled a perfect melding in the arts, enabling defense and offense to be carried in a single move. Even when used for escape, it would still have demonstrated impressive offensive might. Yi Futian felt shaken after his spiritual powers were rescinded. Even though it was a lost art that Emperor Xia built from scratch again, it was still terrifyingly formidable. This is it. Yi Futian said. He reserved a spot in the 10 for the footwork of Xianyuan. Yi Futian put footwork of Xianyuan aside for the time being and continued to browse other training methods. The reading process actually took him months. There were simply too many books to be found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus and all of them were of great depth. If one were to truly spend time understanding every single training method to be found within, it would have taken years and yet one would not have yet been able to finish, let alone spending just months. As such, at later stages, there were many methods that he did not take more than a look of. As time passed, he selected quite a number of very powerful methods. He was rather undecided what to take and left the decision at the very end. Yi Futian saw the Huangting fist will at the 8th floor. There were 33 layers to the art, one layer being stronger than the one before. If one were to be able to train in all 33 layers, one would have been able to break through the Great Path itself. Furthermore, he discovered that Huangting fist will was an offensive art that Xia Qingyuan trained before. It was no wonder why Yaya asked him to pick that up. It was obvious that she knew how powerful it would have been. The further one proceeded with their training in the art, the more terrifying it would have become. Huangting fist will was very suitable for furthering his and Yuxing's training. He continued reading the others without stop and quickly reached where the Taishian Sword Sutra was. The Taishian Sword Sutra was one that trained the heart of the sword and tempered the will of the sword. He extended his spiritual powers into the jade scroll of the Taishian Sword Sutra and immediately found himself in another space. Swords were everywhere in there. The sword of the Great Path rained down and fused within his will. The sword merged with the Great Path and conjured different sword will of the Great Path. There was one extremely formidable figure standing tall in the void, who waved about with his hand and swords appeared. Every single sword was an embodiment of a way of the sword. When the swords were launched, the heavens and the earth trembled. At that moment, Yi Futian felt as if he was coursing with sword will all over him. The world tree in his life palace swayed. Sword will seemed to have begun to develop and continue to grow. It went on until his entire life palace was shrouded by the sword will. Chapter 1087, Xia Qingyuan came to where Yi Futian was at the 8th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, staring straight at him. Xia Qingyuan came to where Yi Futian was at the 8th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, staring straight at him. She saw Yi Futian being circled around by sword will at that moment, which gradually coalesced into a sword. Her eyes were filled with shock and puzzlement. It seemed that her father was not wrong about Yi Futian. He was indeed possibly been of extraordinary birth. A sword was seen circling around the world tree in Yi Futian's life palace after a while. The sword will fell and gave birth to a sword spirit. The world tree and freedom meditation had once again given birth to another life spirit. Of course, doing so required powerful references in reality for developing understanding. Sword will flashed in Yi Futian's eyes as he opened them. He turned around and found Xia Qingyuan standing there. The Taishian Sword Sutra was of mysterious depth. My catastrophe swordmanship was imbued with understanding of the Taishian Sutra as well, Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. It was a training method mentioned explicitly by Yaya, so he had to copy it. He went on to comprehend the Taishian Sword Sutra further, before continuing to roam about in the Golden Hall of the Lotus. He came to a remote corner after a while and flipped through the methods available there. The training methods here are available for practice to those possessing specific powers or even life spirits. They are not one-size-fits-all types of methods. It is best not to make the methods to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, but you are free to study them yourself, Xia Qingyuan said to him. The Taishian Sword Sutra was not actually a specific training method of a certain way of the sword. It was more like a comprehensive outline of the arts of the sword, suitable for use for any swordsman. The footwork of Xianyuan and Huangting Fist will were suited for cultivators training in multiple abilities, enabling them to meld their ways within. Training methods found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus were all of saint level and melded well with the Great Path. Many of those methods were capable of being melded with great paths of different sort, bringing formidable powers to bear. All right. Yi Futian nodded and continued to read the methods over there. A training method caught his eye after a while. Art of Thousand Phantasms. Yi Futian read the book and was able to deduce from the title that it had something to do with illusions-related training. It was indeed as Yi Futian had speculated after flipping the pages. The Art of Thousand Phantasms was indeed a book on the arts of illusions. However, it possessed the ability to bring illusions into reality, changing one's immediately reality so much that one could have even changed one's appearance and bearing. It was something that only cultivators training in spiritual type of arts could have trained in. Furthermore, the one created the art had a peculiar life spirit, the Fox of Thousand Transformations. The Fox of Thousand Transformations was a peculiar beast capable of mystical abilities and take thousands of different forms. There were very eerie beings and legends had it that such foxes reaching enlightenment would have been able to enchant people, with nothing more than a single look. There had been foxes of thousand transformations taking forms of women of extreme beauty, possessing the ability to enthrall the people. Yi Futian extended his spiritual power into the jade scroll of the book and felt a vast power of the Great Path. His eyes had even taken an eerie, demonic form, making them capable of enthralling others without fail. There was a godly fox of thousand transformations appearing in his spiritual world. Those eerie eyes seemed to have been able to cast him into the depths of an illusory world. Boom! Yi Futian's spiritual will shuddered violent as he shook free from those eyes. His spiritual will left the world of the Jade Scroll, yet the eyes imprinted in his mind nonetheless. In that split second, he felt as if his spiritual will had been taken over by something else. The Eye of the Storm passed down by Emperor Yi Qing enabled him to take control of demonic beasts, yet that godly fox of 1,000 transformations enabled it to take control of humans with its spiritual will. What differed was that the Eye of the Storm was capable of planting a mark in the target's spiritual will, giving him permanent control. The fox of 1,000 transformations, on the other hand, probably required eye contact to maintain the effects on the target's spiritual will. Even so, it was nonetheless extreme terrifying. Yi Futian's eyes glimmered looking at the methods before him, seemingly thinking of something. He stepped away after a while and went on to browse other arts. Some time passed and he exited the Golden Hall of the Lotus, after picking the 10 training methods. He left the Emperor Xia's palace and returned to the cottage with the methods, letting the crowd take their pick on what to train with. At the same time, he had his teacher, Dozhan, as well as Yu Qi and the others, return to the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State with the training methods. There was one among the 10 that was of an extremely potent sealing art. Queen Zhao's orders required that he only pass down the chosen methods within the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, Yi Futian suggested to the Moon Saint and had him pick the most extraordinary student among their clan to train within the Holy Ji Palace. Doing so enabled them to gain the sealing art, so the Moon Saint agreed to it. It made no difference whether said person trained in the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace after all. Furthermore, Yi Futian's status at the upper worlds was such that he was placed with extreme importance by both Emperor Xia and the princess. Even if Queen Xiao intended to save his nephew, she had to resort to rewarding Yi Futian to do so instead. It was a testament of the bright future ahead of Yi Futian. There was simply no way the Moon Saint would have refused having one of his own clansmen train in the Holy Ji Palace. He clearly knew that Yi Futian had actually chosen the sealing art just so to return the favor of having the Yu clan participate in the sacred war. He was even thinking if he himself should have joined the Holy Ji Palace as well. He would have been able to train in such a powerful saint-level method by doing so after all. Dozhan, Yu Qi and the others returned to the lower worlds, back to the Holy Ji Palace after settling with the arrangements. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xia's palace again and he went to look for Xia Qingyuan at her place instead. "I need a favor from you, princess," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. "What would that be?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. "He actually came asking me for help on his own will. I want to do something and I might require your assistance in the future," Yi Futian said. Seeing Yi Futian being serious, she straightened up herself and said, "Continue then." Yi Futian then told her about what he intended to do and Xia Qingyuan's face saw a shocking change, saying, "Are you out of your mind? You should know that I train in many abilities, princess. I saw that training method in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and I think it is viable to do so," Yi Futian continued. "That is what you think is viable. What happens if things were to go south?" Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian with a rather cold expression. What the hell is this bastard thinking? Is there really a need to go so far for revenge? Couldn't you just wait for a bit? My training is now at the pinnacle of Sage Plane and I have even touched the power of the Great Path, so I'm not all that far from breaking into Saint Plane. I have developed some understanding training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus for months. If I were to break into Saint Plane, I'd need to experience more to temper my mind, allowing my state of mind to stabilize and further my plane level. Yi Futian's eyes were adamant as he said, "That shall be one very perfect experience." "I still think it is too dangerous," Xia Qingyuan said. "Which is why I'd need your help, princess," Yi Futian said. "I'm not agreeing to this." Xia Qingyuan eyed him coldly and her tone was just as determined. Yi Futian frowned. What he intended to do would have been difficult to pull without cooperation from Xia Qingyuan. Furthermore, he would have required large amount of intel. "So you're concerned for my well-being then?" Yi Futian stared at Xia Qingyuan and asked all of a sudden. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded and continued to glare with her cold eyes. "You're my valet now. It's a waste to let you die just like that," Xia Qingyuan replied coldly. Cultivators couldn't just simply stick with the beaten path with their endeavors. Haven't you ventured into the empty realm, braving the dangers to fight in the battle of empty realm too, princess? Yi Futian then continued saying to Xia Qingyuan, what I intend to do is not actually all that dangerous, and furthermore, I'd have been able to serve His Majesty by doing so. Why would you refuse my suggestion in such an adamant manner? Xia Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian without saying anything. There have been many who took the risk in the battle of empty realm. You have participated in the battle personally and never flinched. Yet now you are worrying about my well-being. Are you hitting on me now? Yi Futian provoked Xia Qingyuan with the look in his eyes. After spending so much time near one another, he naturally learned of Xia Qingyuan's personality and knew what would have worked best on her. Xia Qingyuan's pride simply did not allow her to take such provocations and do nothing about it. As expected, Xia Qingyuan glared at him with her cold eyes and said, if you want to die so badly, fine, I'd oblige you. As for other matters, I'd suggest you not think too much about them. Yi Futian smiled after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words and said, thank you for your help, princess. His body glimmered after thanking the princess. His Guqin spirit hovered in the air. Xia Qingyuan had no idea what he was up to. She stared at Yi Futian, who then said, I'd like to request you to destroy it, princess. Xia Qingyuan's expression turned grim. That bastard has indeed gone nuts. He is asking me to destroy his life spirit. Even though she knew that Yi Futian had suffered having his life spirit destroyed before, but she was unable to fathom why he would have wanted her to destroy his life spirit right there and then. Are you hesitating, princess? Yi Futian then continued, if you wish to see me continue to live, then the Guqin spirit needed to be destroyed. Xia Qingyuan then burst with terrifying will of catastrophe swordsmanship after hearing his words. Sword aura circled about her and her eyes were just as piercing as she gazed at Yi Futian's eyes. She took one step and light of calamity glittered, turning into thousands of swords and swooped at Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. The strings were broken and the Guqin spirit was shattered with one rumble after another. Yi Futian grunted and spitted blood. Xia Qingyuan pulled her sword wills back and glared at him coldly, you satisfied now? She then turned around and left, leaving Yi Futian where he was. Her hands, which she had hidden in her sleeves, actually trembled a bit. That bastard. Thank you for indulging in my request, princess. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Xia Qingyuan, who was leaving. A bitter smile was seen in his eyes. That Guqin spirit had been with him for many years. It actually pained him to destroy it. It was especially so since the Guqin spirit held significant meanings to him. His teacher, Hua Fenglu, Jieyu, his grandmaster, all of them were related to the Guqin. At that moment, his Guqin spirit was no more. However, determination was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Even though his Guqin spirit was no more, he had no regrets. What he needed to do next required the Guqin spirit to be destroyed, replaced with other life spirits. Yi Futian bent his knees and sat on the ground, beginning to recuperate from his injuries at the princess residence. Chapter 1088, Yi Futian returned to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus to train after recuperating from his injuries, spending days inside without taking a single step out. Yi Futian returned to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus to train after recuperating from his injuries, spending days inside without taking a single step out. As the days passed, year 10021 of Divine Prefecture calendar neared its end. Yi Futian finally emerged from the Golden Hall of the Lotus that day and came to the princess residence. Xia Qingyuan eyed Yi Futian. She never stepped into the Golden Hall of the Lotus all those days. In fact, she had never seen Yi Futian after she destroyed Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. At that moment, she found Yi Futian's bearing took an 180-degree change after seeing him for the first time in many, many days. Yi Futian of the past exuded exceptional bearing and there was an unbridled, carefree feel to his handsome face. One could have also felt a sense of gentleness and well-mannered bearing from him, something resulting from having been playing his Guqin for years. Yi Futian, at that moment, while still could have been described as handsome and dashing, even more so when looks alone was concerned, his handsomeness had a tinge of demonic grace to it. Those deep eyes looked enchanting, making it seem as if one were to fall for him just by looking at those eyes. Xia Qingyuan felt Yi Futian's eyes looking increasingly demonic and enchanting at the moment. It seemed as if there were only those eyes occupying his mind, as if she was going to fall any time. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingyuan snapped out of it and felt a chill running through her spine, turning her eyes away from that pair of eyes of his. "Just want to try it out for a bit." "Forgive me, Princess," Yi Futian replied. His expression returned to normal, but nonetheless looked very handsome still. However, the bearing on Yi Futian began to change. His features changed gradually and his silver hair turned black again. Yi Futian seemed to have become someone else altogether. While he was still exceptionally handsome, but his looks and bearing were no longer what it had been in the past. "Seems like you have mastered the art of thousand phantasms then." Xia Qingyuan kept her eyes at Yi Futian. She had to admit that if it had not been for her witnessing Yi Futian's transformations personally, there would have been no way she would have recognized him. Even if a cultivator were to change their appearances, there was no way they could have changed their bearing and aura. Regardless of how powerful a cultivator would have become, one could have still told who they were with just one look. However, not only did Yi Futian change his appearances, his aura and even his entire bearing, bore no resemblance to what they had been before. It was a complete transformation from head to toe. "Princess, would you mind if I let His Majesty take a look at me?" Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan stared at him, knowing what he meant. "Wait here." Xia Qingyuan left where she stood after saying that. Xia Qingyuan returned after a while and said, "You can rest easy now." "Thank you, Princess." Yi Futian nodded. What Xia Qingyuan said meant that Emperor Xia saw all of that. Despite the art of thousand phantasms being extremely mystical, he nonetheless still had his worries, being concerned that extremely formidable beings could have still saw through his disguise. However, he no longer needed to be concerned about that anymore. "I've taken your time long enough, Princess." Yi Futian said, "It's time that I head back and get ready. I'd still need your help in the future, Princess. If I were to not be around, I'd send word through my stead. You would be able to know of my whereabouts at all times." Xia Qingyuan gave him one cold look. Yi Futian cupped his hands and returned to his original form, concealing his aura somewhat, and left the place. A figure came to Xia Qingyuan's side after Yi Futian left, chuckled in a low voice and quipped, "Interesting little fellow indeed. Do you like being a voyeur so much, father?" Xia Qingyuan glared at the figure that just appeared. "This world belongs to your father to begin with. Would I really need to peek at anything?" Emperor Xia chuckled and said. Xia Qingyuan was rather exasperated and had no words to retort. "Are you telling me that you have fallen for the kid?" Emperor Xia asked. Xia Qingyuan glared at him and said, "I'd fall for anyone but him." "Makes sense. The kid sure knows how to piss people off. I feel like giving him a good beating myself." Emperor Xia nodded with a smile. "If he wants to venture on a pilgrimage outside on his own, let him be. There is no need to maintain contact with him. The world would be a more quiet place with him dead somewhere out there. No one else would come to bother you in the future." Xia Qingyuan looked at her father with a dumbfounded expression. "Why are you looking at me like that for?" Emperor Xia smiled and said. "While he is one hell of a jerk, he is nonetheless very exceptionally talented. He might yield unexpected results from his journey. Just have one of your shadow guards keep an eye on him," Xia Qingyuan said to the emperor. "If he wants to die so badly, why bother? Just leave him to his own devices then," Emperor Xia said. Xia Qingyuan glared at Emperor Xia and said, "Have it your way." She then turned around and left. "Someone is not speaking their mind here," Emperor Xia said with a smile, seeing Xia Qingyuan leaving in an exasperated manner. She was in no mood to be bothered with him and just kept walking. There were definitely less than 3 people who dared behaved in such a manner in front of Emperor Xia throughout Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyuan, whom the emperor had doted on since a very young age, was no doubt one of those 3. Emperor Xia smiled and turned his gaze far away. This kid sure is interesting. At the end of year 10021 of Divine Prefecture calendar, Yi Futian was seen training at the mountain behind the villa. Sword will coursed about Yi Futian's body, emanating sharpness throughout his entire being. Countless sword will coalesced and terrifying fires emanated from his body. The fires were of raging might as it merged with the sword will. The sword will of flames condensed in a frenzy, being gradually compressed at a single point, which eventually took the form of a sword. The sword pulsed with scorching light throughout its entire form. Yi Futian exuded a totally different aura throughout his being after the sword was conjured. It was an aura of coldness. His surroundings seemed to have been invaded by the sword will of coldness, which was coalesced into yet another sword, hovering before Yi Futian. The third sword after that was that of storms. The fourth, a heavy blade of the stars which suppressed the heavens and the earth. The fifth, a blade that was conjured by countless particles, which could have been separated into thousands of swords at any given moment. The sixth, a sword of lightning infused with explosive powers. The seventh, a blade which flickered in and out of tangibility, looking unreal. The eighth, pulsed with the light of space. All 8 swords pulsed and emanated different sword wills. Stifling pressure was felt throughout his immediate vicinity. Yi Futian's eyes seemed to be shining with the light of the swords. The 8 swords then circled about him. Other than the Taishian Sword Sutra, he learned many other types of sword arts while training with the Golden Hall of the Lotus during the time spent there. Every single art corresponded to one type of elemental powers, which he melded with his own training. His way of training would have been different from that of other swordsmen, making him unique. Yaya continued to stare at him from behind. She had never seen any cultivator like Yi Futian. It seemed as if he would have been able to master any art quickly, so long as he had the will to do it. At present, no one would have doubted Yi Futian's authenticity as a swordsman. Furthermore, even if he were to claim that he had been practicing arts of the sword right from the beginning when he began training, no one would have doubted him after seeing what he was capable of. Yi Futian was indeed a swordsman. Furthermore, he was a swordsman that was considerably more powerful than conventional ones of his current plane. Yi Futian waved his hand. Sword wills shot out and leveled a hill far away right there and then. The sword wills about him dissipated and he set his sight far away, thinking that since he had came to yield some results with his sword training, he would have grown more powerful if he were to merge the footwork of Xianyuan and Huangting fist will with his way of the sword. Even if he were to lay off using his previous powers, he would have still been invincible under Saint Plane, not one bit weaker than he had been before. You have changed your bearing and took to studying the art of the sword. What are you up to? Yaya asked Yi Futian. Very few cultivators did what Yi Futian did. There were definitely reasons for him to be doing what he was doing. Yaya, I might be leaving for some time. Take care of the villa for me, Yi Futian said. Where would you be going to? Yaya asked again. Somewhere far away. Yi Futian said, I have hit the bottleneck with my training. If I were to break into Saint Plane, I'd need to go on a pilgrimage. I intend to do this on my own, without bringing anyone with me. No idea when I'd be departing, but I'd leave the bird behind. I'd know if anything would have happened to any of you. You are going into Emperor Li's realm, aren't you? Yaya's eyes seemed to be saying that she knew what Yi Futian was thinking. If you're only embarking on a pilgrimage, why would you choose to go alone? Even if the pilgrimage were to be one pitting your life on the line and you don't intend to bring saints with you, why not take Yu Sheng and the others with you? Furthermore, having changed his bearing and trained in the art of the sword, all of that seemed to have suggested that he was in disguise. She speculated that the faraway pilgrimage that Yi Futian talked about was one to be carried out in Emperor Li's realm. Don't think too much about it, girl. Yi Futian extended his hand, but Yaya anticipated it and dodged, glaring at him. Girl? Yi Futian put his slightly shaking hand down, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Yaya walked up to him seeing how he acted. Yi Futian flashed a warm smile seeing her move. He extended his hand and stroked her hair, saying, "No need to worry about me. Have you learned the art of disguise?" Yaya looked at Yi Futian and asked. It was inadequate to just change his bearing and the arts he trained with. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. His features began to change as Yaya eyed him. It did not seem as if he was in disguise at all. Instead, the man that stood before her had been someone else altogether. What do you think? Yi Futian returned to his original looks. Even if you are able to change even the world around you, but if you were to kill Li Yao in Emperor Li's realm and assuming if you succeed, how are you going to make it out alive? Yaya continued to ask. Who says that I'm going to kill Li Yao? Yi Futian smiled and said, I'm just going to Emperor Li's realm to train. I wouldn't be stupid enough to go and kill him. Relax. Yaya's eyes continued to be filled with distrust. Going to Emperor Li's realm just to train? What kind of an excuse is this? There were plenty of places to train in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and there were definitely many places stronger than Emperor Li's realm, yet he insisted to train Emperor Li's realm instead. But since Yi Futian put it that way, she saw no need to argue further. If you were to run into any danger, remember to keep me posted. Yaya continued to stare at him, but she was unable to say anything to stop him. If he had made his decision, then it was possibly something that she had no way of changing. Let's talk about something else. Tomorrow would be the first day of the new year, let's celebrate together, Yi Futian smiled and said, taking her to the villa. The black-winged condor ran in Yi Futian's direction not far away and said, what are we going to eat for the New Year's feast? Roasted meat? Indeed, roasted condor. Yi Futian turned around and said to the bird, hey bird, seems like you have grown quite a bit of meat from eating too much. Could you actually still fly? How about we take some of those extras off? The bird shuddered and whimpered in an instant, looking at Yi Futian feeling wronged. Alright. Lay off the jokes. I'd just go on a diet. Chapter 1089, Emperor Li's realm was ruled personally by Emperor Li himself, establishing the Dali dynasty and ruled both the upper and lower worlds. Emperor Li's realm was ruled personally by Emperor Li himself, establishing the Dali dynasty and ruled both the upper and lower worlds. The upper worlds were naturally ruled directly by Emperor Li himself, while the lower worlds were ruled by the members of Emperor Li's royal family. Furthermore, suitable talents were selected from the lower worlds and sent to the upper worlds for further training. The Dali dynasty's lower worlds were divided into 9 counties, which somewhat resembled the 9 states in Emperor Xia's realm. What differed was that all 9 counties were ruled by sheriffs with absolute power within the country they were in charge of. Conventionally speaking, they were usually the most powerful person to be found in the county. The county of Yen ranked at top 3 among the powers of the 9 counties of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty. The county of Yen had been famous for years for producing swordsmen. There was a saying in Dali dynasty that went, the swordsmen of Dali were divided between the swordsmen of the country of Yen, and the swordsmen of other counties. As such, swordsmen of Dali would have all trained in the county of Yen. There were 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen and there were 18 sword saint-level figures in them. It served as the testament of the power of the swordsmen of that county. Swordsmen were usually a preferred choice of many cultivators, and there were many stories of swordsmen. There was a story in Luyue city of the county of Yen at the moment. There was a young swordsman rising to fame in Luyue city, which was said to have hailed from the mountain of hidden swords in the east, who developed his powers in a single day, embarking on a journey to help the downtrodden and cut down the wicked. Blood would have spilled as soon as his sword was drawn. Among the stories, there was one where there had been robbers throwing their weight around outside of the mountain of hidden swords, robbing everywhere they went and enslaved the weak. Said swordsman traveled 1,000 miles on a single sword, going into the lair of the robbers alone, and causing a bloodbath in that mountain all on his own. There was also one telling of a clan of swordsmen who performed wicked deeds in secret and even trained in evil arts, using young women to further their training. Said swordsman went up to the clan and cut down the head of the lord. But of course, the most renowned one told was one that happened recently in Luyue City. There was a son of the younger sister of the city lord of Luyue City, who was known for being lecherous. He took a liking to a woman he saw in the city. However, said woman rebuffed his advances, and so he manipulated things behind and backed her family to a corner. That swordsman caught wind of the news and cut that man down. The beloved son of the sister of the city lord of Luyue City was killed, and the authorities sent men to arrest the swordsmen, who were all ended up killed. The city lord was enraged and led the army of the city lord office to take him down, ordering that he be killed on sight. However, all of the elites from the city lord office perished in that battle. The city lord was killed as well. It was worth noting that the city lord of Luyue City was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain. However, it was rumored that said swordsman only took one attack to take him down. In actuality, such stories were filled with conventional tropes, and they were happening everywhere all the same. Bullies, perverts, and robbers, those people were found in abundance, and there was never any shortage of those kind of people. No one could have ever cut every single one of them down. But, it was just a coincidence that the swordsman kept running into those people, and proved mighty enough to slay them without delay. None of those matters would have been all that much of a story in the vast Dali dynasty otherwise. It was rumored that that swordsman went by a very simple name. It was anything but overbearing and very memorable. He was known as the Seventh Swordsman, and some speculated that he had the name due to having carried 7 swords with him. None of them would have naturally expected that the man had only took such a man due solely to laziness. There had once been a swordsman he knew named Yen Jiu, whose name meant loosely, Yen the Ninth, so he just called himself the Seventh Swordsman instead. The death of the city lord of Luyue City kicked up quite a ruckus. It was worth noting that other than being city lord, the man had another identity, a student of the sword clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword. The Holy Land was established by a sword saint named Jian Quangren, whose swordplay was known for its overbearing and ferocious nature, with many of its moves consisting of strong blows and wide sweeps. Luyue City was under rule of the sword clan of the Gale. There was no way said Holy Land would have simply let the death of the city lord slide just like that. It was said that there were already mighty ones heading towards Luyue City. Within a villa found inside Luyue City at that moment, there was a woman who was playing the guqin. The woman had soft features and looked quite stunning. She was alluring enough to pique the interests of any lecherous fellow. A man was lying on the ground near the woman, who had a sword placed at his side, while carrying a gourd on his right hand, drinking from it. The young man had stunning looks, and those eyes of his had a mystical charm to them. At that moment, he looked like he was enjoying himself, drinking and listening to music. The man was none other than the talk of Luyue City at the moment, the Seventh Swordsman. The man was also one who hailed from the 9 states of Emperor Xia's realm, who came to Dali dynasty on pilgrimage, Yi Futian. He trained as he traveled, venturing into the lower worlds of Dali dynasty from the 9 states, instead of entering Emperor Li's realm from the upper worlds directly. Yi Futian had 2 goals for making the trip, with one of them being truly to train on his pilgrimage, tempering his mind. As such, it was not an odd choice for him to travel through the lower worlds instead. His second goal was to avoid any troubles or suspicions, which might have happened if he were to enter Dali dynasty right away from Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li's realm had a way of investigating a swordsman from the lower worlds. It was especially so for a swordsman who ventured out from the Mountain of Hidden Swords, a holy land of the sword, in the county of Yen. His journey was an extremely risky one, so he naturally needed to be very careful and had to cover his tracks all the time. The woman gradually stopped for the tune was over, turning her eyes at the handsome man who lying about drinking. She then said, "Mr. Seventh, it's best for you to leave. The sword clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword. Even if they were to find out the truth, they might not come looking for trouble with us. But since you've killed the city lord of Luyue City, they will sure come for you. Having a pretty woman by my side, drinking fine booze, and having superb music being played, this is just heaven for me. Why should I leave then? Yi Futian smiled and asked. The woman lowered her head for a bit and looked rather embarrassed. She then turned her eyes again at Yi Futian, who was lying about, and thought that it was quite lucky for her to even get to meet one such dashing figure. While they have yet to get to know each other for long, yet the extremely dashing young man left a deep, lasting impression on her. The man was carefree and abrasive. It seemed that it was always how he had been carrying himself. However, what made him so unforgettable to her was how stunning and extraordinary he looked when he worked with a sword. It seemed as if he was able to put anyone under the heavens in their place with little more than a sword in his hand. Blood would have been spilled as soon as the sword was drawn. Furthermore, is the sword clan of the Gale really that powerful? The young man put his gourd down. Those extremely charming eyes of his met hers with a smile. The woman felt dazed for a second, seemingly attracted by those eyes. She turned her eyes away and dared not look at them any further. She lowered her head and said, I know that your training is superb, Mr. Seventh, yet the sword clan of the Gale was still a holy land nonetheless. There were quite a number of extremely powerful genius swordsmen in the place. The ones who are coming would definitely be anything but weak, and there would be quite a number of them as well. You might be very powerful, but there is simply no need to stay behind and risk your neck for me. Don't think too deeply into it. I'm not doing this for you, Yi Futian smiled and said. The woman felt her cheeks burning as soon as she heard that. It's a good opportunity for me to get to know just how powerful the swordsmen of the sword clan of the Gale are. I wonder if the genius swordsmen of said holy land would be able to make me use a second attack on them. Yi Futian sounded lazy when he was saying all of that. There was no way he would have left. He was already in Dali dynasty and he was compelled to attract some attention somehow. He needed to attract not only the attention of holy lands of the lower worlds, but also cultivators of Dali dynasty of the upper worlds. As such, he needed to take quite a bit of shortcuts, but then again, he still had to be careful not to overdo it. The woman felt rather exasperated, but she seemed to have gotten used to Yi Futian bragging. She heard quite a bit over the time she spent around him. Mr. Seventh. An anxious voice was heard at that moment. A middle-aged man walked towards him in a hurry and took one look at his daughter, before saying to Yi Futian, who was casually lying about, Mr. Seventh, Nya Yun of the sword clan of the Gale brought his men personally to Luiyue City. It was said that they were already at the city lord's office. I thank you for your kindness, but it's best that you leave. If I were to drag you into my mess and end up getting you killed, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Is this Nya Yun that powerful? Yi Futian did not seem fazed at all, as he asked in a lazy manner. He is the number one in the sword clan of the Gale. The powers of Nya Yun would have ranked him in the top 10 in all of the county of Yen, the middle-aged man said. Top 10 in the entire county of Yen, huh? Yi Futian then continued nonchalantly, even if the number one below St. Plain in all of county of Yen were to show up, I can tell you that they wouldn't even be able to make me dish out a second attack. Is that so? A voice was heard from afar. There were swords whooshing from far away as the question was asked. One figure after another was seen arriving on their swords. Furthermore, there were more and more mighty ones closing in on the villa, peering inside as they moved. The number one figure below St. Plain in all of county of Yen unable to make you dish more than one attack, you say? A cold voice was heard. Everyone was baffled. The seventh swordsman was no doubt very powerful, but they nonetheless deemed him to have been too pompous and reckless for boasting like that. The county of Yen was vast and there were plenty of genius cultivators about. Talented swordsmen were in untold numbers, and one could have imagined how powerful the number one below St. Plain had to be. The middle-aged man and the woman turned pale, knowing that it was too late for them to do anything further. The middle-aged man steeled him at the moment and walked forward, saying, Senior, you need to know that it is indeed the city lord's people going too far in this matter. The seventh swordsman here was simply helping us out. If you insist on taking someone, then take us instead. This has nothing to do with the two of you, Nya said plainly. Many gasped as he said that. They were indeed people from a holy land, seeing how they had done their investigations beforehand. Claiming that the matter had nothing to do with them meant that they did not intend to pursue the matter further with them both. However, it remained a fact that the city lord died by the hands of that swordsman. There was no way the sword clan of the Gale would have simply let things slide like that. Many took to the air and looked into the compound, seeing that swordsman remained lying about lazily. He was totally unfazed even after seeing Nya showing up. Seeing as how you people could still tell right from wrong, I'd just spare you people then. Just go home, Futian said plainly. How insolent, Nya berated angrily. He stepped out, bursting with towering sword will and ferocious winds whipped about, then diving below at Futian. He was not the only one who had gotten angry, as all swordsmen from the sword clan of the Gale shared the same sentiment, as they burst with their sword will. Why do you have to make me do this? Futian said lazily and slowly got up, taking to the air and set his eyes at Nya. Draw your sword. Futian gazed at Nya, whose expression turned somewhat severe seeing Futian's eyes. Violent aura burst around him and coalesced into swords. Swords were conjured around Nya, all imbued with the sword will of storms. He looked extremely overbearing at the moment. Everyone around them turned their attention to Nya, who whipped up a terrifying storm of sword aura around him, as he stood tall in midair. Many gasped as they witnessed the number 1 below Saint Plain in the sword clan of the Galen in action. Boom! Gale blew and Nya streaked forward. His storm getting increasingly powerful as it whipped at Futian. The place was filled with sword aura in an instant. Futian sensed that storm coming at him and conjured a heavy sword right before him. He took one step forward as Nya came. The space around them shuddered as the heavy sword was brought down like a bolt of lightning. Many witnessed the sword cutting through the storm right there and then like hot knife through butter, tearing the storm apart. Boom! Nya body halted with a rumble, before falling below right there and then. Chapter 1090, PFF, Nya, who dropped below, spat up blood. His insides felt as if a heavy sword had cleaved them apart. His insides were so violently rattled that he felt as if his body would come apart at any given moment. PFF, Nya, who dropped below, spat up blood. His insides felt as if a heavy sword had cleaved them apart. His insides were so violently rattled that he felt as if his body would come apart at any given moment. Nya looked up at the young man before him and sported a surprised look. The man had indeed dealt only one attack. He was not the only one feeling dumbfounded. Many around them stared blankly at what just happened. Nya, the number 1 below Saint Plain from the sword clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword, had only been able to make that young man attack once, just like how it was with that city lord. Just how powerful was he? The students from the sword clan of the Gale sported frustrated looks. They flashed about and burst with towering sword will, making their way towards Futian. Swords came raining down from above, bursting with mighty sword will within an instant. All of the other mighty ones around them felt dazed. That space seemed to have been filled with nothing but sword aura. At that moment, however, they saw Futian's body burst into brilliant light, like a blazing sun. There seemed to have been a red sun shining in the sky. Futian pointed at the air, and a scorching hot blade emerged from that sun. His sword aura swept all over the place. Go! Futian pointed forward, and within an instant, the flash of the sword of the sun burst with blinding light. The students from the sword clan of the Gale felt their eyes hurt. It was as if they had been burned by the fires of the sun. When the solar sword flash fell onto them, they felt as if they were covered in scorching heat within a heartbeat. All of their sword will was burned away immediately. Wherever the light of the sword hit, smoking noises were heard as the clothes of many caught in flames and began to burn. Eerie gashes of the sword were left on some of them as well. Everyone stopped what they were doing in an instant, looking at the extremely brilliant young swordsman with astonished expressions. That handsome appearance of his seemed rather demonic. Even men had to admit that those eyes were indeed mesmerizing. Since when did the Mountain of Hidden Swords produce one such mystical swordsman? You failed to discipline your people despite claiming to be of a holy land of the sword. That city lord bullied others using his status, thinking that he had nothing to fear due to having been a student of the clan. It is no wonder why you people failed to produce any swordsman worth mentioning, Yi Futian said, completely monotone. He was exuding an extraordinary bearing all over him. It was as if the sword clan of the Gale was entirely beneath his notice. The students of the sword clan of the Gale all looked frustrated, yet they were unable to come up with any words to retort him. They, the student of the sword clan of the Gale, were unable to withstand more than one attack from him, after all. That there is one true swordsman. Many young swordsmen from Liyue City looked at Yi Futian with admiration. All disputes were to be settled with the sword as a swordsman ventured on their way to do good, taking no more than one attack to deal with any one person. Any unjust matters of the world shall be taken care of with a single swing of the sword. You're all from holy lands, so what? Care to take one swing of the sword from me? That was the true personification of a swordsman. If you feel vexed, then go back to your clan and tell everyone what is happening. I want to see if the saints of the sword clan of the Gale will come for me, just like you people, Yi Futian said plainly and waved about with his hand. Sword Wolf filled the place as he said, what are you still here for? Let's go, Niayin said. The mighty ones then retreated in a heartbeat, with their tails between their legs. Many felt dazed about what just happened. Those people were students of a holy land of the sword. Nia Yun was known to be the number one below Saint Plain, one who ranked among the top 10 in the county of Yen. They expected Yi Futian to be taken away by the sword clan. No one would have anticipated that he still lashed out with just one attack. Just how powerful is this seventh swordsman? They wondered. Mr. Seventh. The father and daughter in the villa looked just as dazed. Their hearts continued to race. He was just too powerful. They were not even able to begin imagining how powerful Yi Futian was. He used only a single attack, be it when he was dealing with Nia Yun or the others, after all. I studied the art of the sword for many years before venturing outside of the Mountain of Hidden Swords, thinking it would be a good thing to see how capable swordsmen outside were. I never expected to find the swordsman to be so weak. Now, I'm wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yen. Yi Futian shook his head and said, man, this is boring. It seems like more fun to drink and listen to the Guqin indeed. Many were rendered speechless hearing Yi Futian talk. He was wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yen. Gosh, just how boastful could he be? It was worth mentioning that over half of the swordsmen of Dali dynasty hailed from the county of Yen, which actually sent many geniuses of the sword up to the upper worlds. Some top-notch geniuses were extremely renowned in the county of Yen. However, the way Yi Futian talked, it seemed as if he was suggesting that there were no swordsmen in all of the county of Yen. But then again, when they recalled what happened moments ago, it seemed to them that he was rightful to boast, given how he had what it took to back his claims. Where did you train in the Mountain of Hidden Swords, senior? A young man then bowed and asked Yi Futian. Is there any place in the Mountain of Hidden Swords that you can't train in? Yi Futian retorted with a single question. The young man was dumbfounded and then bowed at Yi Futian, saying, I do still have much to learn. Thank you for your guidance. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and looked like he was some kind of master. Little did the young man know that Yi Futian was making things up. While he had been to the Mountain of Hidden Swords before, he did little more than take a scroll there. The place was too big after all, and he was just there to get familiar with the place, just so to prevent him from getting his cover blown in the future. The seventh swordsman was an orphan who hailed from the Mountain of Hidden Swords. He had a single-minded devotion to the art of the sword and did nothing but practice his way of the sword. He was also of supreme talent in the learning of the way of the sword. That constituted his identity at Dali Dynasty. That identity of his would one day been the talk of all of Dali Dynasty, becoming an extremely renowned genius in all of the realm. Yi Futian hovered to the ground and smiled at the woman at the villa below. Would you mind if I trade that attack for one more tune? I'll play as many as you wish to hear, Mr. Seventh, the woman said softly and then began to play the guqin again. Yi Futian continued to drink, without any intention of leaving the place. He was waiting for the Sword Clan of the Gale to send more people his way. Be it to extend an invitation or to deal with him, he was indifferent. The middle-aged man smiled a bitter one as he shook his head while looking at Yi Futian. That daughter of his was considered beautiful and prudent, and it seemed as if she was about to really fall for the man. However, he knew that one such mystical man was not someone that his daughter would be able to tie down. That previously unknown young swordsman who hailed from the mountain of hidden swords had truly set the world on fire. That one attack of his would earn him fame throughout the entire county of Yen. As Yi Futian expected, Niayun came back to Luyue City on the same day, looking for Yi Futian. You want to try your hand again? Yi Futian sat on the ground and drank quietly, looking at Niayun, who had just gotten there. Our clan leader extends an invitation, Niayun said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes flashed as he drank with his head down. He then put his cup down and said to Niayun, I'm not interested in joining the Sword Clan of the Gale. I know. Niayun looked at Yi Futian coldly. While he acknowledged Yi Futian's strength, he deemed him to be unnecessarily prideful. But he nonetheless knew that there was little for Yi Futian to gain in joining and training in the Sword Clan of the Gale. Niayun was standing at the very top below St. Plain, after all. You claim to be invincible in the art of the sword. Wouldn't you want to know what the powers of other top-notch swordsmen in the county of Yen are like? Niayun asked. I heard that you rank among the top 10 below St. Plain in all of county of Yen. If all swordsmen from the county of Yen are of a similar caliber, why should I bother? Yi Futian eyed Niayun with his charming eyes. Niayun was dumbfounded as he glared at Yi Futian coldly. That bastard knows no respect at all, he thought. I'm far from being the only swordsman in all of county of Yen. There are naturally those who are more powerful than I am. Even if the county of Yen proves inadequate, top-notch geniuses are found in abundance through the 9 counties of Dali Dynasty. Do you dare to claim to be superior to them all? Niayun asked coldly. Why would I not? Yi Futian looked at Niayun and continued, I've spent decades in the mountain of hidden swords to perfect my art of the sword, and I gave up fame and glory for over 30 years before I got to where I am today. Dali Dynasty has 9 counties, so what? Niayun glared at Yi Futian, feeling rattled inside. That man had spent decades perfecting his art in the mountain of hidden sword, spending 30 years learning the sword arts. It was persistence and determination that he found himself impossible to match. It was not surprising that he lost at all. However, Niayun still deemed the man before him to have been overly pompous. 30 years learning the art of the sword, and you think you can claim to be invincible throughout the 9 counties of Dali Dynasty? He thought. There are trillions of cultivators throughout the world. Mighty ones of Dali Dynasty are literally everywhere. Other than the geniuses of the lower worlds, there are still the cultivators of the upper worlds who are even more brilliant and unmatched, whom the ones from the lower worlds are incapable of matching at all. While you have defeated my brother and proven yourself to be of incredible power, deeming everything in the world beneath you and cultivators of all realms not worthy of your notice, don't you think you're too much of a frog in a well? Is this your way of the sword? A woman beside Niayun said. The woman was not there previously. She came after hearing that the man defeated Niayun with a single stroke of the sword. She wore plain, pitch-black clothes, sporting a dashing, stunning appearance, as well as a well-mannered grace. There was no way she could have known that Yi Futian was able to brag like that because he had already seen what the top-notch geniuses below St. Plain from Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were capable of. If Yi Futian were to be a cultivator who had not been in the scene for long, then the woman would have been right about Yi Futian, a frog in a well whose arrogance knew no bounds. My way of the sword rests with the sword in my hand. There may be countless cultivators throughout the world, but there will only be one seventh swordsman, Yi Futian said. Brother, while this man truly has exceptional powers, he is not worth inviting over. Let's go, the woman said to Nia Yun, feeling rather disappointed at Yi Futian's extremely boisterous attitude. Nia Yun gazed at Yi Futian and said, "This is the order of our teacher. The upper worlds of the dynasty are recruiting extraordinary people. This might be your chance. Since you've claimed to be invincible, I suggest you go and see for yourself. You can take it as I've never said anything to you otherwise." That's so. Yi Futian looked amused. What a coincidence indeed. Dali dynasty ruled both the upper and lower worlds directly, so they would definitely be more strict with the administration of the lower worlds. They might have suffered quite a shock after the Battle of Empty Realm and were ready to recruit capable people from the lower worlds en masse. The ones who decided the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm were none other than him, Yu Sheng, and the others, who had cut down the imperial flag of Dali dynasty, people who hailed from the 9 states of the lower worlds. Since you've put it that way, I shall go and have a look. I'd like to know how many attacks the cultivators of the rest of the world can dish out. Yi Futian got up and began walking. Nia Yun felt dumbfounded. However, being someone who lost to Yi Futian, he had no right to say much about Yi Futian's arrogance. That woman eyed Yi Futian coldly. Even though he had defeated her brother, who was of supreme talent, she deemed Yi Futian someone who would have limited achievements due to his insolent nature. She was slightly disappointed about coming. While Yi Futian looked stunning, those who trained in the art of the sword were not simply common beings. Mr. Seventh. The woman who was with Yi Futian rose, and the middle-aged man came as well, looking at Yi Futian. Fate brought us to meet each other. I think no one else from Liyue City will look for trouble with either of you in the future. I shall take my leave, Yi Futian said and began to walk away nonchalantly, leaving with Nia Yun and his people. The woman continued to gaze at him after he left. She believed that she would hear of his name again soon enough, as he was about to be known throughout the world. Chapter 1091, The Sword Clan of the Gale was one of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yan. Jian Quangren, the clan leader, was a saint at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plain. It was said that his way of the sword was filled with pride and unruliness. The Sword Clan of the Gale was one of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yan. Jian Quangren, the clan leader, was a saint at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plain. It was said that his way of the sword was filled with pride and unruliness. The Sword Clan of the Gale was considered the weakest out of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yan. Of course, that was also the reason Yi Futian chose to set up shop within Liyue City, a place ruled by the Sword Clan of the Gale, in the first place. Even if he were to get on the bad side of a sword saint of the first level of Saint Plain, he would not have been taken down right away without any way of fighting back. Although he pretended to be extremely arrogant, he nonetheless had to be cautious while operating within the Dali dynasty. He had been a champion of the people and went around doing good deeds ever since he entered the Dali dynasty. All whom he killed were people who deserved it, so there were little faults others could have found with him. Yi Futian met Jian Quangren at the palace of the Sword Clan of the Gale on a mountain, who was also known as the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. Nia Yun and that woman walked to the sides of Jian Quangren, and there were many students of the Sword Clan of the Gale below him. All of them looked at Yi Futian. So this is the guy who defeated brother Nia Yun with just one attack then, they thought. Yi Futian gauged the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. He was tall and imposing. He emanated sharpness of the sword throughout his being as he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. I'm the 7th swordsman, senior. It is an honor to meet you, Yi Futian bowed and said. Jiang Quangren did not say anything. He emanated formless pressure while his eyes were locked onto Yi Futian, finding the man before him exuding a demonic charm, yet lacked the tension exhibited by many when they faced saints. There were many cities found in the county of Yan, and cultivators were aplenty, yet there were only 18 saints found in the county. All of the sword saints were revered by many. It was the lower worlds after all. Regardless of how superbly talented one might have been, all would have paid due respect to a saint when they saw one. However, Jian Quangren was unable to sense any such respect from Yi Futian. Even that bow of his seemed nonchalant. There was no way he would have known that Yi Futian was a palace lord of a holy land. The saints who served him were all powerful enough to raise the county of Yen in its entirety, so there was no way he would have behaved like conventional cultivators. You don't seem too concerned with saints, the sword saint of fierce wind said to Yi Futian. As a member of the later generation, it is only natural that I respect my seniors and elders. However, one's training precedes all. Is there a need for cultivators of the sword to be too concerned with propriety? Yi Futian answered. Pressure continued to be emanated from the sword saint of fierce wind as he continued to stare at Yi Futian. The man was indeed how he was rumored to be, insolently prideful. One's training precedes all, eh? It seems like you have absolute confidence in being able to break into Saint Plain. The sword saint of fierce wind continued, I have heard that you claim that there are hardly any swordsmen who could have you deal a second attack, no? He didn't even bother with the 9 counties of Dali dynasty, let alone the county of Yen, the woman at the saint's side quipped. Yi Futian took a look at the woman and said, if you invited me here to interrogate me, then it's best that I leave. He cupped his hands and got ready to leave as soon as he finished his sentence. If you're so confident in your way of the sword, then I suppose you'd be interested in fighting the geniuses throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty. The dynasty is now recruiting people from all over the 9 counties. If you're so confident about yourself, you should test yourself at the event. The sword saint of fierce wind seemed rather calm as he spoke to Yi Futian. Where should I head to? Yi Futian asked. The people throughout the 9 counties are gathering at Liwang City. The sword saint of fierce wind continued, if you're of supreme talents, you could train in the upper worlds right away. There might be cultivators coming from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty this time. If you're truly that powerful, perhaps you might be able to achieve fame and glory with a single step even. Does that interest you enough? Not interested. Yi Futian answered plainly, so you're saying that there is a competition of martial arts at the lower worlds, then? Perhaps. The sword saint of fierce wind nodded and looked slightly amused. He said that he was uninterested, eh? Just how many cultivators throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty are worthy of having me draw my sword? Yi Futian said plainly, such competitions sound boring. As for training at the upper worlds, I'd be able to head there any time the sword is in my hands. As for fame and glory, that sounds even more boring. What I seek is none other than the supreme way of the sword. If I were after fame and glory, I wouldn't have spent decades polishing my art and have emerged only recently. Supreme way of the sword, is it? Interesting. The sword saint of fierce wind looked increasingly amused with Yi Futian. He then said, cultivators of the sword do indeed need to have little concerns with fame and glory, devoting themselves single-mindedly instead, in tempering their minds of the sword. It seems like you have a high state of mind. It is no wonder that you were able to achieve this much. But, even if you're interested in polishing your art and think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then there is all the more reason you should head to the upper worlds to train, don't you think? Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. In that case, let's travel together. I'm curious about your way of the sword. If you think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then how about you wait until you find someone who can make you do so? Very well, I shall travel with you, senior. Yi Futian nodded. That was his goal, after all. It would have been easier for him to add another layer to his identity by being among the ones from Holy Lands, instead of just one guy appearing out of nowhere. Huanxue, find him somewhere where he can train, the sword saint of fierce wind said to the woman beside him. The woman was dumbfounded. I refuse. The woman was the biological daughter of the sword saint of fierce wind. She would not have dared to take such an attitude, refusing what the sword saint of fierce wind told her. She had had a taste of Yi Futian's arrogance, and now, even before her father, Yi Futian continued to behave insolently. Despite his superb talent, she had no desire to get too involved with him. "It seems that you're not ready to travel with us on this trip, then," the sword saint of fierce wind said plainly. The woman glared at her father, feeling exasperated as she said to Yi Futian, "Come with me." She only brought Yi Futian away after that. No one was able to fathom why the clan leader was so polite with that insolent swordsman. While it was true that he had talent, the clan leader was a sword saint, and there was simply no need for him to be so polite. "You're dismissed." The sword saint of fierce wind then waved at the people, who then left. Nya Yun was still around, looking at the sword saint of fierce wind as he asked, "Are you that appreciative of this seventh swordsman, teacher? That kid has the will of the way about him." The sword saint of fierce wind did not look at Nya Yun, casting his gaze far away as he continued, "There are indeed few below Saint Plain in all of the county of Yen capable of matching him in a fight, let alone you. If he were compared to those throughout all of Dali dynasty, there are but a handful of people capable of matching him." He heard from Nya Yun that the man came from the Mountain of Hidden Swords. That place was indeed a pure land of training of those who were steeped in the art of the sword. He spent decades polishing his art and only emerged after 30 years of age. If he had indeed turned out to be such, then that man's mind of the sword was undoubtedly pure, and he hardly matched his aptitude for the way of the sword in the county of Yen. There were few swordsmen throughout the county of Yen capable of learning that much all on their own, after all. In that case, why not take him in as a student of the clan instead, teacher? Nya Yun asked. If he was able to come this far all on his own, there is no way the sword clan of the Gale will be able to keep him around. He belongs to the upper worlds of Dali dynasty. I have my agenda of having him travel with us. The sword clan of the Gale had been the weakest holy land of the sword throughout the county of Yen for many years. If there is one swordsman in our midst who proves capable of shining brightly through Dali dynasty and overwhelming those from other holy lands of the county of Yen, it'd feel rather satisfying nonetheless. The sword saint of fierce wind smiled as he said so. It was not that much of an agenda. One could have said it was only something saints would have found amusing. And yeah, don't tell your sister about this, the sword saint of fierce wind said. Why would that be? Nya Yun asked in puzzlement. There is a need to give her some shock. The greater the shock, the greater her gain would be in tempering his state of mind. The sword saint of fierce wind then turned around smiling, leaving the place. His daughter, Huanxue, escorted Yi Futian to a compound of the clan and said, "Stay here and train." The sword clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword, and there are many forbidden areas. Don't loiter around elsewhere if you're not training. Thank you. Yi Futian walked straight ahead into the compound and did not bother to take another look at the woman. He had no doubt saw through her attitude and did not bother. They were hardly acquaintances, after all. The woman was scarcely surprised about Yi Futian's attitude as well. She then turned around and left. The mighty ones from the sword clan of the Gale departed several days later. Their sword will filled the place as they headed far away. Yi Futian was naturally with them on the trip as well. However, their destination was not Liwang City. They were heading to Yendu City, which was where the sheriff of the county of Yen was found. All 9 counties of Dali dynasty had their respective sheriffs, reigning supreme over the own counties. Even holy lands were subjected to their rule. Mighty ones were found everywhere in County King's residence in Yendu City at the moment, seemingly waiting to receive something or someone. The sheriffs were known as kings of counties as well. The king of the county of Yen sat upright on his chair. Many mighty ones lined his flanks, waiting in silence. That day was the day he had set to meet with those from holy lands throughout the county of Yen. They were to gather there and head to Liwang City together. Who among the cultivators of the county of Yen will reign supreme in this trip to Liwang City? The king of the county asked as he addressed the crowd. He naturally knew that it was an extremely rare chance as the event was concerned with the upper worlds of Dali dynasty selecting genius cultivators. As the king of the county of Yen, he naturally hoped that there were few more geniuses selected. It would have reflected well on him, after all. There is no doubt that the two princesses will make it, someone below quipped, and all turned their eyes at the two women beside the king of the county. The two women were gorgeous, and what was even more shocking was that the two of them looked identical. It was as if they were copies of each other. The two princesses of the county of Yen were twins and shared a telepathic link. They trained in the way of the sword together and possessed superb talents. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan, one of the princesses uttered. Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan, the other one said. Everyone nodded. Both the Ziwei sword clan and the Juk sword clan were the most powerful of the two holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen. The two figures mentioned by the princesses were the strongest students studying in those places, and they were among the strongest to be found below St. Plain in the county of Yen. If there were anyone from the county of Yen who could make it, then those two would definitely be among those people. The king of the county looked up far away and heard brimming laughter. Thank you, princess, for thinking so highly of that brat of a student of mine. Powerful sword aura was sensed from far away. Two sword clans came together, yet they were clearly separated. They were none other than the Ziwei sword clan and the Juk sword clan. The king of the county smiled as he rose to receive them. The mighty ones from the two sword clans landed and cupped their hands at the king of the county. Cultivators from the Crimson Phoenix sword clan and the sword clan of the Storm arrived shortly after as well. The place was vivacious. The sword clan of the Gale was the last to arrive, and Futian was with them. Chapter 1092, The entire county king's residence turned extremely rowdy. There were people continuously showing up at the door to pay a visit, wanting to see those top-notch figures from the Holy Lands for themselves. The entire county king's residence turned extremely rowdy. There were people continuously showing up at the door to pay a visit, wanting to see those top-notch figures from the Holy Lands for themselves. The county king of Yen threw a banquet for the mighty ones as well as those who came all the way to Yendu City to visit the place, to show his appreciation as the host. They were to leave for Liwang City right away after the banquet was over. Futian came with the sword saint of fierce wind, so it was only natural for him to sit with them. However, the sword saint of fierce wind kept a low profile in the banquet. The sword clan of the Gale was ranked the lowest among the 5 holy lands of the sword after all. He was less formidable somewhat compared to the saint lords of other holy lands. As such, he spoke little and listened more to what others had to say. County king, who is the one from the upper worlds who would be coming to the lower worlds? The sword saint of Ziwei asked. They all knew that someone from the Dali dynasty of the upper worlds would be coming down to the lower worlds to pick geniuses, who would then be sent to the upper worlds to further their training. However, they did not know who would have been the one showing up. The county king of Yen was in charge of the county of Yen and had the title of king. His high status meant that he might have known more. I'm not all that sure about the details myself. We'd only find out once we got there. The county king of Yen then said, but there was one thing I was sure of, the operation was ordered personally by the imperial advisor. It involves more than just the 9 counties of Dali, as even the upper world seems to be up to something as well. It might have had something to do with the Battle of Empty Realm that happened last year. Everyone present there was of high status. The county king of Yen was already one of the handful of people standing at the top of the lower worlds, so he naturally would not have been oblivious of what was happening in the upper worlds like most common folk. The imperial advisor. Respect was seen in the eyes of many. There had been many rumors regarding the imperial advisor. He had been playing an important role in bringing about the massive strength of Dali dynasty after all. Even those from the lower worlds would have known about the imperial advisor's status in Dali dynasty. He was someone who stood at the emperor's side and a top-notch figure revered by the saints. If the imperial advisor has a hand in arranging this, then the upper worlds would definitely be placing a lot of importance in this matter. How many slots would there be? The sword saint of Juk asked. It is said that there would be mighty ones coming down to see for themselves. There is no telling of the actual number of slots. Perhaps, anyone that they take a liking to would be permitted to train in the upper worlds, so much so even be allowed inside top-notch forces in the upper worlds. The county king of Yen added, "Would you be reluctant to let your students go?" "Well, we would be able to help nurture capable ones for Dolly, and our students would get to widen their vista. What is there to be reluctant about?" The Sword Saint of Ziwei smiled and said, "I hope that Hanqing would be able to get to the Sword Mountain in the upper worlds to train instead. Speaking of which, I assume that you would be reluctant to part with the princesses, no?" The county king of Yen took a look at the twin sisters at his side and said, "Well, I'm sure reluctant, but nonetheless, they would need to venture outside eventually. Furthermore, they might have their own partners in training in the future. There is no way I would be able to stay by their sides forever. With their stunning appearances and talents, I think that the princess's path in training would surpass even yours. There is no need to worry about their partners in the future at all," the Sword Saint of Ziwei said with a smile. "Speaking of which, girls would always have it worse than guys when venturing outside. But if they chose the path of a swordsman, I just hope that they would see it through throughout their lives." Being someone who was in charge of managing the county of Yen, it was only natural that he was familiar with the sword saints from the Holy Lands of the Sword, which was why he was able to chat so freely with them. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei Sword Clan, Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan, Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, Lin Ye of the Sword Clan of the Storm, and Nie Yun of the Sword Clan of the Gale. You all are the most capable of swordsmen from the Holy Lands of the Sword in the county of Yen, and you may have a chance to make it up to the upper worlds this time. I know that there are rivalries between the sword clans, but if you were to be able to make it up there to train, I sure hope that you've gotten each other's backs." The county king of Yen turned his eyes at the geniuses of the Holy Lands. The ones that he mentioned were the most renowned of the 5 Holy Lands of the Sword in the county of Yen. "If I were to be able to make it to the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds and train there, I'd surely have the backs of the princesses," Li Hanqing said to the king, who nodded. "I shall recommend one person to you, county king of Yen." A voice was heard and the king turned his eyes at that voice's direction. He then looked at the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind and asked, "Who is he?" Nie Yun, his daughter, Huanxue, and one other person was sitting at the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind's side. Many took notice of that person when he arrived, as he looked extremely handsome, maybe even demonic. That might have had something to do with his training. Furthermore, he sat next to the daughter of the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, so it was only natural that he attracted attention. However, that young simply enjoyed his drink and food all the way through, so the others did not pay him any further heed. "Seventh swordsman," the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind called. Yi Futian looked up at the county king of Yen and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm the 7th swordsman. It is an honor to meet you, county king of Yen." The deep eyes of the king remained on Yi Futian for a bit. It seemed that Yi Futian's eyes looked impeccably dashing and he was even able to sense charm exuding from them. Yi Futian's eyes shone like the stars, bright, deep and bottomless. Despite being only a sage, but the king was able to tell that the young man was rather exceptional, judging from his bearing alone. But then again, he had not sensed any might of the great path from Yi Futian. He had deliberately emanated some vague will of the great path to resist the pressure emanating from the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, but he was not doing that then. "Not bad. A student that you had just taken in?" The county king of Yen turned his eyes away and asked the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. "No." The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind shook his head and elaborated, "The kid spent over 30 years training in the Mountain of Hidden Swords, polishing his art at the sword throughout the decades. His way of the sword was only accomplished as of late and he chose to travel the world. He caused quite a ruckus at my place not long after he came, even killing a city lord, who had been a student of mine. I ordered Nie Yun to arrest him, but Nie Yun was unable to withstand a single attack from him." "That so?" The king's eyes sparkled. While he knew well that Yi Futian would have been someone exceptional, he never expected that Nie Yun, the #1 student of the Sword Clan of the Gale, had not been able to take even a single attack. Among the 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen, the sword saint of the Gale was ranked last. Nya Yun was probably somewhat inferior when compared to the other top-notch figures from the holy lands of the sword. However, there were actually only about 1 or 2 among them who were able to completely overpower him, which was why he was able to make it to the top 10. The mention of only 1 attack surprised many. The county king of Yen was not only the other one who was gauging Yi Futian, as every sword saints present were doing the same. Needless to say, the top-notch geniuses were doing the same as well. All of them naturally knew each other, and there were many who have fought each other before. But this 7th swordsman guy, did he really just appear out of nowhere and brought down Nya Yun with a single attack? You spent decades polishing your art of the sword, you said. That will of yours was indeed commendable. So tell me, 7th swordsman, what kind of art of the sword have you been studying all these years? The county king of Yen asked. The sword of blazing sun, the sword of freezing ice, the sword of raging storm, the sword of blitzing thunder. Throughout my 30 years of study of the way of the sword, there was no art of the sword that I was unable to wield. Yi Futian said calmly. Everyone had their eyes on him at the moment. No art of the sword that I was unable to wield. He really has a big mouth indeed. But then again, that was how it usually was with geniuses, especially he was one who had studied the way of the sword for 30 years and found his training completed one morning, who then went into the world and achieved fame with just a single attack. There was no reason for him not to be proud. So you are saying that you possess talents of multiple attributes and you have infused them all into your way of the sword then? It would seem that yet another genius of the sword emerged in the county of Yen then. The county king of Yen hardly minded Yi Futian's big mouth. He had been training for years and had seen too many younger generations of excellent caliber. Be they humble or haughty, eventually it was their swords that did the talking. There was more than one way to walk to the path of the sword. So long as a swordsman was exceptional enough and their mind clear and flawless, any path could have been their own way of the sword. But then again, Huanxue, who was at Yi Futian's side, felt rather speechless and was unable to wait to distance herself from him. Other than the county king of Yen, there were also lords of other holy lands present. They were all very powerful sword saints and their students were top-notch geniuses. Despite Yi Futian's extraordinary powers, but he remained haughty even in such an event, claiming as if his way of the sword was unparalleled in the county of Yen. She was puzzled as to why her father bothered to deliberate bring him up. Is father really buying his bullshit? Which of your swords would be the strongest then? A woman beside the county king of Yen asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes to her. The twins were really identical in just about any way. If it had not been for the difference in their clothing, it might have been near impossible to tell them apart. All of them are just as strong, Yi Futian answered. Everyone gave Yi Futian peculiar looks. Despite the fact that he was indeed very powerful for being able to best Nya Yun with a single attack, but did he not know how to be prudent in such situations? All of them are just as strong. Huanxue noticed the eyes that the others looked at Yi Futian with, and she wanted very badly to just leave, instead of sitting beside someone like that. Couldn't you keep a lower profile? Yi Futian, however, looked completely at ease, as if he never noticed how the others looked at him. That was the 7th swordsman, unbridled, free, and going about things as he fancied, yet nonetheless, possessed talents of the sword that were peerless. Such a swordsman would have pulled anything and there would have been hardly any reason to be surprised. The princess who asked before was at a loss for words after hearing Yi Futian's answer. One should have a focus in the arts they practice, and more so when it comes to the art of the sword. Picking up too much would render one's way of the sword impure. Despite your supreme talents, you should still have an art that you majored in. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan looked at Yi Futian and said. The great path connects all. Knowing one would open the path to knowing all. That is the same with the way of the sword. Yi Futian did not bother to even look up. He added calmly, having spent decades to polish my art, no one knows the purity of my way of the sword better than I would. Any ways of training with the sword touched only on the methods. What a swordsman truly studies, is the sword and nothing else. So you are saying that you have developed complete mastery of the art of the sword then? Kai Huang of the Juk Sword clan asked as well. There are many senior sword saints with us today. Please ask the seniors if any of them dare to claim that they have developed complete mastery. Yi Futian continued, one's journey on sword training has no bounds. None of the others said anything else and simply looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how good he is with a sword, but you have to give it to him, he really has a way with words. All of what he said made everyone else speechless. Splendid. The county king of Yen smiled and said, after seeing the banquet falling into awkward silence. The great path is interconnected and knowing one grants access to all. One's journey on sword training has no bounds. Being able to comprehend that much at such an age, it was no surprise why you have been able to accomplish so much with your sword. It would seem that we have yet another top-notch figure who would be able to make it up to the upper worlds for training then. Since the county king of Yen put it that way, no one else said anything. However, all of them remained somewhat doubtful if Yi Futian's way of the sword is actually as extraordinary as he put it himself. Chapter 1093, Things were harmonious at the banquet. Despite the Holy Lands being rivals with each other, they were still at the banquet thrown by the king of county, so they saw fit to reel their usual animosity in. Things were harmonious at the banquet. Despite the Holy Lands being rivals with each other, they were still at the banquet thrown by the king of county, so they saw fit to reel their usual animosity in. With the imperial advisor giving the order and sending people to pick worthy candidates to train, those from the county of Yen saw it necessary to stand together. They needed to send as many geniuses to train at the upper worlds as possible, as the glory of the county of Yen was on the line, and it was not the time for them to fight each other. The banquet did not continue for long, as it was just courtesy of the county king of Yen as the host. The banquet served little purpose but to gather cultivators from holy lands and get ready to depart for Liwang City. As for Yi Futian's appearance, he was little more than a footnote to them, especially to the saints. Having yet another extraordinary swordsman emerging from the sword clan of the Gale was hardly anything worth mentioning. Let's go, the county king of Yen said after the banquet was finished. The mighty ones nodded and took to the air in an instant. Their sword will blazing in the sky. The county king of Yen was at the very front with his people from the county king's residence. The mighty ones from the 5 holy lands followed behind them. All had their respective saint in the lead, summoning huge swords to serve as steeds. Go! Sword will burst throughout the sky as soon as the county king of Yen was done. The sound of sword aura bursting throughout the county king's residence was heard from inside out. Many looked up in the sky at the impressive scene and were thoroughly shaken. Over 1,000 swordsmen flew while riding on their swords. Over a dozen saints took the lead right in front of them, creating a very, very shocking scene. The swordsmen of Dali went outside the county of Yen, and everyone was hoping that the trip to Liwang City would have allowed the swordsmen of the county of Yen to shine at their best. The swords flew high up in the sky. Yi Futian was traveling with the ones from the sword clan of the Gale. The sword saint of fierce wind invoked a huge sword of the storm and streaked the air. Huanxue, who was beside Yi Futian before, deliberately took several steps away to distance herself from him. That bastard's arrogance knew no bounds, and he didn't even bother to reel his ego in before the significant figures of the county of Yen. It was as if he was the only one in the entire county of Yen who knew how to wield a sword. That was an insult like no other. Regardless of how great his talents with swords were, Huanxue had no intention of getting involved with him any further. Yi Futian stood on the huge sword, his hair billowing in the wind. He naturally noticed what Huanxue was doing. However, he behaved calmly and did not mind at all. No one liked someone who was abrasive, unbridled, and had an ego, especially those who thought themselves to be above others. But then again, he was never there at Dali Dynasty to make friends. If one had extraordinarily stunning looks, traits like stubbornness and contentiousness could be considered affectionate and charming instead. If one possessed unparalleled talents, one's arrogance and boisterousness would be accepted by the people around them, thinking such traits to be typical among supreme beings. Those traits would have even been regarded as unique personalities. After the trip to Liwang City, the people would have naturally accepted his arrogance, and those from the upper worlds had extended their invitations for him to train in the upper worlds. These were his true intentions for the trip. He did not head straight to the upper worlds but had instead taken a detour by first setting up shop at the lower worlds of Emperor Li's realm. The princesses, Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi, complement each other with their way of the sword, and they are versed at sword arts of twin shadows, extremely formidable when they fight alongside each other. There is hardly anyone below the Saint Plane in the county of Yan who is capable of beating the two princesses when they join hands. The only people who could threaten the princesses are Li Hanqing of the Ziwei Sword Clan and Kai Huang of Juk Sword Clan. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind added quietly, other than that, Qi Xia and Qi Yao from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, and Lin Ye from the Sword Clan of the Storm are mighty as well. Despite looking straight ahead, Yi Futian was able to tell that the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was speaking to him. "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Yi Futian asked. "It is a given that I hope the swordsmen of the county of Yan can become the leading figures of the 9 counties on this trip to Liwang City. But then again, as every cultivator in the county of Yan was a swordsman, it became even easier to compare them with each other. If you wish to find someone more powerful to hone your way of the sword with, then you need to stand out among the most exceptional ones among the swordsmen of Yan. Those people might not be a match to your powers, but there is no doubt that they will be compared to you," the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind answered. "I see," Yi Futian said. "You've got nothing else to say?" The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind turned his eyes to the side to look at Yi Futian. "That's all with that kid?" he thought. "I'm looking forward to seeing who will be worth having me draw my sword. If there are any such capable ones around, then I will fight," Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was dumbfounded but quickly laughed it off. It seemed that he had gotten used to Yi Futian's insolence. He thought if the kid had been too steeped in his training with the sword for the past decades to know how to deal with people. He was thinking if it was all due to him not knowing where his way of the sword stood at, having little idea of how capable the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm were. So the kid wants to get to know the cultivators of Dali better then, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind thought. He found such possibilities to be very plausible. Huanxue distanced herself even further from the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind's side, finding the conversation intolerable. Nia Yun was speechless as well. This guy, damn. But then he recalled the attack he took and his annoyance dissipated. Liwang City was the capital of the lower worlds of Dali Dynasty and the #1 city in all of Dali Dynasty. It was situated in the central region of Dali Dynasty. Liwang City was so huge that it was comparable to hundreds of cities throughout the 9 counties. The 9 counties of Dali Dynasty were divided with Liwang City serving as a divider at the center after all. One could only imagine how magnificent Liwang City had been. Liwang City was directly connected to the upper worlds, and King Li, the master of the city himself, was a member of the royalty from Dali Dynasty in the upper worlds, being tasked to manage the entire lower worlds. It was rumored that King Li's palace had received orders from the upper worlds at the start of the year, intending to select genius cultivators and have them train in the upper worlds. The selection processes were to be carried out at Sage Plane, and it was not even limited to just pinnacle levels of Sage Plane. King Li's palace began to spread the news to the 9 counties as soon as the news was received. The county kings of the 9 counties proceeded to notify the Holy Lands, and after that, what took place at the county of Yan happened. The county of Yan was not the only county rising to the occasion. Liwang City and all of the other counties of Dali Dynasty were in an uproar. The most capable of cultivators were gathering at that largest imperial city of Dali Dynasty, making the event unbelievably grand. There were many voices heard throughout Liwang City at the moment. It was said that the cultivators of the 9 counties had all arrived before Liwang City. Many people from Liwang City were able to see cultivators from Holy Lands across the 9 counties walking outside. There was news that there would be cultivators of top-notch forces coming down from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty. Those people had all arrived at King Li's palace at the lower worlds. Countless people in Liwang City were asking about which top-notch forces had come from the upper worlds. According to rumors, some people came personally from the royal palace of Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor of Dali dynasty sent his students personally to the lower worlds to select geniuses. At that moment, a huge banquet was thrown in the grand, magnificent King Li's palace. A regal figure in a golden threaded robe of the snake was seen sitting at the throne atop the jade steps. The middle-aged man exuded an upper-class, supreme bearing. He was none other than King Li, who was in charge of managing the lower worlds of Dali dynasty. A young man was sitting on the ground quite a distance away below where King Li sat. Despite wearing only a simple robe, the young man's extraordinary bearing was unmistakable, and he looked surreal. King Li even went to toast the young man personally. King Li was important not just because he was in charge of more than just the lower worlds, but he was also of true royal blood of Dali dynasty. A figure like him toasting to a young man spoke volumes of that young man's prestige. Many ministers and officials from King Li's palace were seen sitting at the seats below. Emperor Li's realm had been the weakest among the three, Emperor Li's realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago. Yet, there was one person who turned the tables for Emperor Li's realm. That man reversed the trend by sacrificing a considerable number of Emperor Li's realm's forces to numb their opponents, bagging the final victory to that Battle of Empty Realm. Mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm slaughtered their way into Emperor Xia's city in that Battle of Empty Realm, killing countless enemies and cutting down the enemy's imperial flag. Any who participated in the Battle of Empty Realm would never be able to forget one name. Lu Chuan, a personal student of the imperial advisor of Dali and was someone whom the imperial advisor held in very high regard. Lu Chuan's name was known throughout Emperor Li's realm after winning the last Battle of Empty Realm. He achieved great fame at the pinnacle of Sage Plain and was greatly valued by Emperor Li. The young man who was sitting on the floor at the moment was none other than Lu Chuan, a genius who would probably succeed the imperial advisor's position in the future. What Lu Chuan did in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago was equivalent to what Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm pulled 10 years later. His story was told everywhere by mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm. In actuality, there were also many mighty ones from top-notch forces of the upper worlds present other than Lu Chuan, student of the imperial advisor. All of them responded to the imperial advisor's call and went to the lower worlds to select geniuses, seeing if there were any among them who would make decent students, which included sword saints from holy lands like the Sword Mountain. Even so, Lu Chuan was still undoubtedly the main character of the day. His status, talents, and what he did at the Battle of Empty Realm enabled him to enjoy all of those privileges. Nobody objected to his privileged status. Lu Chuan was, at the moment, already a saint. He definitely would be a crucial figure in Emperor Li's realm in the future. Everyone knew and did not doubt that. I have heard from father about your esteemed bearing, and I have long admired you, sir. Here's a toast to you from me, Li Yu. There was a stunning woman who looked incredibly regal and elegant in her long pretty dress, who was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan. Her voice was gentle, and she had extremely stunning looks. The surname of Li, and where she sat at the moment spoke volumes of her status. You're too kind, princess. I only performed puny matters that are hardly worth mentioning. I hardly have the esteemed bearing that you speak of. Lu Chuan raised his cup and drank, both hands holding the cup. He then raised his palm and the cup as a gesture of respect before putting it down. Princess Li, you did the same after him. King Li was in charge of the 9 counties of the lower worlds, and he was the king of the lower worlds. Emperor Li allowed his children to be addressed as princes and princesses. Many looked at the two of them with smiles on their faces. One of them was an extraordinary student of the imperial advisor and the other, daughter of King Li, who had stunning looks. They were both humble and polite and looked quite like a perfect match. You bagged victory for Emperor Li's realm at the Battle of Empty Realm single-handedly, besting the strong as one of the weak, and His Majesty rewarded you for it. You are too humble to deem such impressive feats not worth mentioning, Li Yu smiled and said. She was regal and elegant, yet still had a gentle beauty to her. I did not intend to be humble. That battle happens once in 10 years, and there are incredible people emerging in every single battle. In the Battle of Empty Realm last year, there had been a member of the younger generation of Emperor Xia's realm appearing out of the blue. What he pulled was far superior to what I did in my time. Other than the Battle of Empty Realm, there are still many other magnificent people. I dare not brag with that many being better than I am. Lu Chuan then said slowly, my teacher has asked me to come to the lower worlds to recruit capable people and strengthen the Dali dynasty. My mission is an important one, indeed. Chapter 1094. Many were impressed, hearing Lu Chuan's words. It was indeed rare for someone with Lu Chuan's status and talents to be so humble. Furthermore, he even claimed to be inferior to that other person who achieved so much fame in last year's Battle of Empty Realm. Many were impressed, hearing Lu Chuan's words. It was indeed rare for someone with Lu Chuan's status and talents to be so humble. Furthermore, he even claimed to be inferior to that other person who achieved so much fame in last year's Battle of Empty Realm. There was a name that spread far and wide after last year's Battle of Empty Realm. It was the name of their opponent, and he was but a sage. It was extremely rare for a foreign name to be so well known in Emperor Xia's realm. Even Lu Chuan, the personal student of Dali Dynasty's imperial advisor, had to acknowledge how extraordinary that other person was, even though a younger brother in training of Lu Chuan had perished in that Battle of Empty Realm. Yuan Jin, yet another student of the imperial advisor, died in that Battle of Empty Realm. While that person from Emperor Xia's realm was a deciding factor of the outcome of the Battle of the Empty Realm, he had only been able to win due to having the element of surprise. No one knew he was able to enthrall the demonic beasts, and that cost Demon Peacock Emperor realm's place in that battle. Those from Emperor Xia's realm even used them, and it all seemed just too convenient. Another prince of Dali at Li Yu's side said, if you, sir, were of the same era as him and had been able to fight him on the same battlefield, you would have won. Everyone naturally knew the one they were talking about was none other than Futian. There had been an extraordinary figure that appeared out of nowhere in the ranks of Emperor Xia's realm. He single-handedly acted as the key to Emperor Xia's realm's victory in emerging victorious in the Battle of Empty Realm. He had also joined hands with Xia Qingyuan and killed Yuan Jin, causing severe casualties to the mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm at the same time. There are no ifs in the world, only results. If he had been able to do that much, then there is no doubt that he performed excellently. Despite being of opposing sides, I acknowledge his prowess. I would only be able to defeat him should we cross paths in future battles, Lu Chuan replied calmly, elaborating on his thoughts instead of riding on that prince's words simply because it was the prince who lauded him. You do have a solid point, sir. That prince nodded with a smile and did not mind at all. King Li, have the cultivators of the 9 counties arrived at Liwang City? Lu Chuan did not dwell on the topic and asked King Li instead. They are all here, King Li nodded. Well then, please see to the arrangements. There are many forces from the upper worlds coming this time, and I hope they all return with something, Lu Chuan said. Futian did not know that he was mentioned by the ones attending the banquet in King Li's palace. He did not know of Lu Chuan, but he heard of some things about the Battle of the Empty Realm from 10 years ago. Futian was in a palace which served as an inn of sorts in Liwang City for the ones from the 9 counties. Dali dynasty was a force that reigned all over Emperor Li's realm. King Li was in charge of the lower worlds, and all of the county kings of the 9 counties were subordinate to him, and they, in turn, ruled over the holy lands in their respective counties. At that moment, the mighty ones from the 9 counties gathered at Liwang City, and they had their palaces to serve as their accommodations. Those palaces were not connected, as they were scattered throughout different corners outside of King Li's palace. At that moment in the county of Yan's palace, Futian was sitting alone in a compound training. Despite being very boisterous with his words outside, he nonetheless knew where his way of the sword stood. All that talk about him having spent decades studying and perfecting his art of the sword was work that he had been doing for several months. But then again, he was confident that due to his extensive training throughout the years, he would nonetheless be able to reign supreme below the Saint Plain in Dali, wielding only the sword, despite having only practicing sword arts for months. Footsteps sounded at that moment. Yi Futian, who was training, dispelled the sword while coursing about him. He opened his eyes and saw a dashing silhouette walking by. It was none other than Huanxue, but she was standing far away outside the compound. She looked at him and said, "The swordsmen from all holy lands were exchanging thoughts and arts at the arena. My father told me to come fetch you." She turned around and left right away after delivering her message, not caring if Yi Futian bothered showing up or not. Exchanging arts of swords, huh? Yi Futian was hardly interested. But since the sword saint of fierce wind was there, he deemed it necessary to have a look. He rose and left. By the time he arrived at the arena, many swordsmen from holy lands were present, but all of them looked nonchalant. Even the sword saint of fierce wind was standing around, looking at what was taking place quietly at the side. Swordsmen from all of the holy lands verified their arts with each other in the vast arena. However, the exchange was hardly an official one, and they sparred for a bit to get a grasp of the level of the other party's training, as well as that of their own. But then again, there were also those who took such sparring and exchanges very seriously. "You have been practicing with your sword?" The sword saint of fierce wind turned around and asked Yi Futian, who came to his side, with a smile. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. The sword saint of fierce wind looked somewhat satisfied. Despite being arrogant and unbridled due to his supreme talents, the young man seemed to be very diligent in the study of the sword. His mind of the sword was definitely very pure. The probability of such swordsmen making it to sainthood was very high. "It's a good thing to see how others are doing with their arts of the sword," the sword saint of fierce wind quipped. At that moment, the two top-notch figures from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, Qi Xiao and Qi Yao, were standing at the arena. They were siblings, an elder brother and a younger sister. They were practicing their arts of the sword with others. Their prowess with the sword was very powerful. Crimson shimmer flashed when their swords were drawn, looking incredibly sharp. They turned to look at the crowd when they stopped fighting. Qi Yao took notice of Yi Futian, who was walking in their direction. "Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan. Would you mind sparring with me, seventh swordsman?" Qi Yao asked Yi Futian across the distance. Many looked at Yi Futian. The sword saint of fierce wind claimed that Yi Futian had beaten Nia Yun with a single sword attack, and she had no idea how much of it was made up. There was at least no doubt that he had beaten Nia Yun, and he was probably far more powerful than Nia Yun was. Furthermore, Yi Futian had been very boisterous with his words, claiming that there was hardly anyone who could beat him at the art of swords. She had already wanted to test that figure out. He claimed to be peerless in his way of the sword at the county of Yen. She wanted to know where she stood. Qi Yao was not the only one. In truth, swordsmen from the holy lands of the county of Yen were also very curious about how capable the seventh swordsman was. "My sword isn't used for sparring." Yi Futian looked at Qi Yao and said, "Find someone else instead." "I have tested my prowess against the swordsmen of holy lands last year," Qi Yao replied. The topmost handful of the swordsmen had fought at an event in the county of Yen in the previous year. Yi Futian would probably be a good opponent, which would have served her well in her training before getting into King Li's palace. In that case, just wait for the mighty ones from the 9 counties to show up then, Yi Futian answered and did not bother to give her any face. "What harm would there be just to spar for a bit?" another figure said. It was none other than Linya from the Sword Clan of the Storm. He crossed his arms before him and had been looking at Qi Yao, only turning his eyes to look at Yi Futian when he talked. Yi Futian glanced at Linya and said, "If you test your art out against me, I'm afraid you'll all end up returning to the county of Yen and begin to train in isolation instead." All the others looked at Yi Futian with their mouths agape, feeling speechless. It was indeed just like how he behaved at the county of Yen. He cared for nothing. If you do not intend to spar, why are you here? We will fight each other all the same. When all cultivators from the 9 counties meet, Qi Shao looked at Yi Futian and said, "Since when did I say anything about being a part of the fighting between the cultivators of the 9 states?" Yi Futian said as he looked at Qi Shao. He never thought about it before at all. Then, why are you here? Qi Shao wore a sarcastic expression as he talked. Dali dynasty intended to select geniuses to train in the upper worlds, and fighting between cultivators would have been a must. I'm just here to see if there is anyone worthy of having me drawing my sword, Yi Futian said. Qi Shao and Qi Yao both took a good look at Yi Futian and understood that there were people who were beyond reasoning with. Both of them walked out of the arena, and Qi Yao dropped a line, "I look forward to seeing your sword leave its scabbard then." Many from the Holy Lands looked at Yi Futian and found him puzzling. Yi Futian naturally did not wish for any of them to see through him. He left the place not long afterward. Mighty ones from King Li's palace sent word at the same time, asking for them to be inside the palace 3 days later. The outside of King Li's palace was flooded by a massive crowd 3 days later. Countless mighty ones gathered about, and it was a scene like no other. The gates of the palace opened that day to the public. All cultivators of Dali were permitted to enter the palace and head to designated areas. At that moment, a group of people arrived by air from outside the palace. The leading figures were all saints and looked extraordinary. They landed outside of King Li's palace, and some people came to receive them. Mighty ones from county of Shichu are here. Many were able to identify where those mighty ones came from, county of Shichu. Mighty ones from county of Changha are here as well. A group of mighty ones appeared in the air, and the entourage looked massive. It looked grand as they entered the palace. The ones from county of Dongyang are here too. Towering sword will was sensed high above. Over 1,000 swordsmen arrived by air, and howling sword will shot through above. The swordsmen of county of Yen are here. Countless eyes turned in that direction. The combined might of the county of Yen enabled them to come to the top 3 among the 9 counties. The swordsmen of county of Yen were also extremely renowned. Over half of Dali's swordsmen emerged from the county of Yen. After all, things were extraordinarily solemn and regal within the palace. King Li was sitting on his throne atop the eastern steps. There were mighty ones on every single step below. Those from top forces from upper worlds sat at the same corner as he was, casting their gaze at the mighty ones that kept showing up. Such grandeur is not something one would often see even King Li's palace, King Li said with a smile. All holy lands from the 9 counties responded to the call of gathering capable people from King Li's palace. My lord, we are from county of Shichu. The county king of Shichu led his mighty ones to pay respects to the throne. There was only one emperor in Dali dynasty. King Li was only a king. Take your seats, King Li said with a brimming voice. Mighty ones from the 9 counties all took their seats later. The grandstands were quickly filled by mighty ones from the 9 counties, surrounding a vast patch of empty ground in the middle. Yi Futian sat among those from the county of Yen. He was hardly noticeable due to being surrounded by a massive crowd. He turned his eyes to where King Li was at the moment. It was said that the event on that day was an order by the imperial advisor of Dali, to gather geniuses of lower worlds and send them to upper worlds for training. It was unknown which of the upper world's top forces had shown up, and Yi Futian naturally hoped that they would have been a lot of them. He saw Lu Chuan right away. Lu Chuan, who was sitting right below King Li, looked extremely dazzling. It was as if one would notice his presence right away, whether one liked it or not. Is this guy a prince? Yi Futian asked himself in secret, but he quickly saw Li Yu, who had stunning beauty. She was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan, and there were several other youths at her side. Those people even bore some resemblance to King Li, and Yi Futian only understood right there and then that they were the princes and princesses of the king. If Lu Chuan were to be able to sit at their side, then there was only one possibility: he was from the royal palace of Dali dynasty from the upper worlds. Chapter 1095. Despite not having been at Dali for long, he had still developed some thoughts about the place. Dali was not like what he had imagined it to be. Under the dynasty's rule, everything was orderly and had a neat hierarchy. Furthermore, it had a higher inclination towards martial arts than the 9 states. Despite not having been at Dali for long, he had still developed some thoughts about the place. Dali was not like what he had imagined it to be. Under the dynasty's rule, everything was orderly and had a neat hierarchy. Furthermore, it had a higher inclination towards martial arts than the 9 states. Currently, people from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty came to the lower worlds to select worthy candidates, and the event was supervised personally by King Li, gathering mighty ones from all over the lower worlds. All of that spoke volumes about how much importance Dali dynasty placed in honoring martial culture. At that moment, the crowd outside King Li's palace was massive, and mighty ones were found everywhere. King Li turned his eyes to the enormous crowd from his throne and said, "Today, people have gathered at King Li's palace from all over the 9 counties to witness what the cultivators from all 9 counties are capable of." The imperial advisor from the upper worlds ordered many top forces to come down here and select worthy geniuses to further their training in the upper worlds. It is a rare opportunity for the 9 counties of Dali, and I hope that there will be more extraordinary people emerging within the lower worlds of Dali, who will become pillars of Dali dynasty in the upper worlds. His booming voice was heard all over in and out of the palace. The messy chatter was quickly suppressed, and everyone quieted down soon enough. Countless looked up at the steps at King Li, who was sitting at his throne. It was said that King Li was already at the 3rd step of sainthood, and he was the most powerful man in all of lower worlds of Dali dynasty. His powers were unfathomable, and he was a flawless saint. The people of the 9 counties of Dali were filled with reverence for King Li. "I shall introduce you all to one person," King Li continued. He extended his right hand and pointed to where Lu Chuan was. Lu Chuan, student of the imperial advisor. 10 years ago, Lu Chuan led the cultivators of Dali in the Battle of Empty Realm. He fought between 3 imperial realms of the upper worlds, besting foes that had been superior to ours and cut down over half of the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm, thereby attaining a glorious victory in the Battle of Empty Realm. Lu Chuan quickly rose to Saint Plane after the Battle of Empty Realm. He is now at the pinnacle of the 1st level of Saint Plane. He is here today being sent to the lower worlds by the imperial advisor personally, to witness this grand event of Dali. Many turned their eyes towards Lu Chuan. A student of the imperial student and one who was introduced personally by King Li was someone extraordinary. Futian only came to learn who he was by then. Being a student of the imperial advisor of Dali meant that he was Yuan Jin's elder brother in training, which in turn made him the extraordinary figure who brought about the glorious victory to Dali in the Battle of the Empty Realm 10 years ago. Lu Chuan stood after hearing King Li's introduction of him. He cupped his hands at the crowd, looking polite and well-mannered as he said, "You're too kind, King Li. I, Lu Chuan, am but only a witness to the grand event sent here on my teacher's orders. The geniuses of Dali are the true main characters of the event, which both I and my teacher look forward to very much." He cupped his hands again after he was done and returned to his seat. Many gasped and were impressed by his bearing. "That is the student nurtured by the imperial advisor of Dali for you. It is indeed rare to find someone of such status to possess such bearing," many thought. As someone of such status and introduced personally by King Li, it sufficed for him to nod to the crowd, enjoying the prestige afforded to him. The county king of Yan, at the county of Yan's corner, rose and spoke, "The imperial advisor is indeed the pillar of Dali dynasty. All students that he nurtures are exceptional people without doubt. You all should learn from him." The people from the holy lands of the county of Yan all nodded in agreement. Huanxue cast a glance at Futian, who was beside the sword saint of fierce wind, but she said nothing. Despite both the 7th swordsman and Lu Chuan were geniuses, that bearing alone said that Lu Chuan was far more superior than the 7th swordsman. The difference was glaringly obvious, and Lu Chuan was indeed the dragon among people. Futian was somewhat surprised himself as well. He initially thought that someone who had gone about killing over half of participating mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm would have been someone who reeked of killing intent. However, Lu Chuan looked and felt well-mannered and humble to him instead. Despite being an enemy, Yi Futian had to admit that cultivators of Dali were more exceptional than he had imagined them to be. Not only Lu Chuan, but the student of the Imperial Advisor is also here at this time. Even top forces like the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds are here en masse as well. Any who can perform with flying colors here will get the chance to train in the upper worlds. It is very rare for Dali to see such opportunities in years past. Please seize the moment as best as you can. King Li smiled and added, the event is open to cultivators at Sage Plain, and Holy Lands are gathering places for these people. All sages of the Holy Lands of the 9 counties, from lower to higher planes, are free to fight at the platform before you to showcase your talents. Please give it your all and wait until the people of Holy Lands finish showcasing their prowess. Any selected may be challenged by any who think themselves to be at the top of their training. You are free to challenge any selected geniuses of Holy Lands and show everyone present what you've got. There were countless cultivators all over the 9 counties of Dali, even though the event was restricted to sages. Dali Dynasty did not ask for cultivators to get things done quickly. Such showcases would be done in one-on-one duels, just for the Holy Lands to assess how capable every single contender was. As such, it was naturally impossible for everyone to get a turn on the platform as there was still the matter of time to consider. Cultivators from Holy Lands were made a priority instead. This would be carried out until someone from the Holy Lands got selected by the top forces from the upper worlds before being challenged by others in Dali. By doing so, no one who was not of the very top would dare to step onto the platform. Such rules enabled all to see clearly what the top sages of all over Dali were actually like. Let's begin, King Li said. A mighty one said with a brimming voice below the steps, get the wine ready and open up the platform. The voice was heard throughout the place, and servant girls from the royal palace went on to zip about where the audience was, serving wine. But then again, all who earned the right to sit were cultivators from Holy Lands all over the 9 counties. The cultivators who only came to witness the event were only able to watch everything going on from below. The grand event was to be held over many days. There were people from the Holy Lands of the 9 counties getting up one after another, walking up to the platform. There were also several from the county of Yan making a move, with their swords strapped to their backs. When 2 people stepped onto the middle of the platform, that was when the event truly began. However, those 2 were sages of the first plane. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the platform. He had never expected to be able to one day see the cultivators of Dali fight each other while he sat somewhere in King Li's palace. There had been a 9-state forum back in the 9 states all those years ago, and that was already considered the grandest of events to be had. However, with the Imperial Advisor of Dali giving the order and King Li hosting the battle between the 9 counties, the scale of the event was evidently far more extensive than the 9-state forum back then. One could have even said that they were of different orders of magnitude altogether. All top-notch figures from Dali participated in the event. Better still, there were also people coming down from the upper worlds to attend the event. It could be said to be the largest sparring event to be had below St. Plain. The battles went on and on with the county of Qin, Dongyang, and Yan having the highest level of cultivators on average. Those 3 counties were the top 3 strongest counties in Dali, to begin with, and their holy lands were also superior to others. What do you think? The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind asked Yi Futian while they were watching at the corner of the county of Yan. He had bought the idea of Yi Futian training his way of the sword hard at Mountain of Hidden Swords all those years, never having ventured into the world to train. As such, he took to asking Yi Futian what the young man thought about the cultivators of Dali. Weaker than I expected them to be. When I was at that plain all those years ago, I wouldn't even need to draw my sword to fight those on the platform, Yi Futian said. You are something. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind shook his head with a smile. He had already gotten used to how Yi Futian talked and continued to ask, the battle between sages at the pinnacle of their training will probably be at the very end. You can join the fight as a student of the Sword Clan of the Gale. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian nodded and said, but I'll need to see if any in the 9 counties are worthy of having me draw my sword. What happens if there aren't any? The sword saint's face looked peculiar as he asked. Then I shall keep my sword sheathed, Yi Futian said. The sword saint of fierce wind was slightly exasperated, but he then said, in the 9 counties of Dali, there are also holy lands from the imperial city itself as well. I'm sure you'd find someone worthy of having you draw your sword. That would be best. Yi Futian nodded. The two of them did not go out of their way to conceal their voices. Cultivators had very good ears, so many cultivators from holy lands across the county of Yan heard the conversation between both of them. Many even looked in Yi Futian's direction deliberately, finding his antics baffling. Does he want to see if anyone throughout the 9 counties of Dali is worthy of having him draw his sword? They wondered. It seems like his insolence isn't restricted only to the county of Yan, then. If you're able to make it to the upper worlds, then, by all means, get up there to train. The sword saint of fierce wind said all of a sudden, look at the cultivators from Sword Mountain. That is the most powerful holy land of the sword in both the upper and lower worlds. You may able to find a lot of opponents there. Look at Lu Chuan, the imperial advisor's student. That is some bearing you'd hardly find in the lower worlds. Yi Futian took a look at the sword saint of fierce wind. Regardless of standpoint, he found such bearing truly impressive indeed. Yi Futian came to deem it best to keep a certain distance from him, however. The fighting on the platform continued. Yi Futian drank and enjoyed himself as he watched the fights going on, amusing himself as time passed. At the princess residence of Emperor Xia's palace of the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan stood quietly, and there was a black-winged condor before her. Where is he? Xia Qingyuan asked the black-winged condor. She already knew about Yi Futian's ability to control demonic beasts. The beast before her was Yi Futian's steed, and they shared a telepathic link. King Li's palace, the black-winged condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and said. Xia Qingyuan's expression changed a bit, and she said coldly, what is he doing at King Li's palace? The imperial advisor of Dali gave the order to select geniuses from the lower worlds to train in the upper worlds, and they gathered people from all holy lands of the lower worlds for sparring. The imperial advisor even sent his student down to the lower worlds. Guess what that would be, princess, the black-winged condor said. However, Xia Qingyuan felt as if she was hearing Yi Futian talking instead. She knew right away that it was a result of Yi Futian and the black-winged condor sharing wills, and the bird was speaking with his tone. What would that be? Xia Qingyuan asked. Lu Chuan, the bird answered. Xia Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. She naturally knew who Lu Chuan was. What are you going to do? Xia Qingyuan's expression changed again as she stared at the black-winged condor and asked. Training while I'm on pilgrimage, of course, the black-winged condor answered. Xia Qingyuan glared at the bird's eyes and said, are you trying to get into the top forces of Dali to train, or are you trying to get near Liao? Please excuse me, the black-winged condor said. Yi Futian withdrew his will, and the black-winged condor was seen flapping its wings. It said, Master is gone. Can I go home now, princess? Xia Qingyuan's expression was a cold one. That bastard sure is having a good time. He went to the royal palace of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty, she thought. No. You are not to step outside the residence for even a single step, Xia Qingyuan glanced at the bird and said. The black-winged condor blinked his eyes. You are not happy with master, and you're taking it out on me then? It thought. Princess, I still have matters to attend to. The black-winged condor wanted to bail. The palace was too strict and no fun. Guards, Xia Qingyuan said. Someone responded and came. If the bird dares to step outside for even a single step, roast it, Xia Qingyuan said. Pfffff. The bird's legs gave, and it slumped to the floor. Just what did I do wrong here? It thought, "You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.